Hello race fans and welcome to the happy racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear tyre. My name is Peter Mackay and joining me in the commentary box today taking you through 3 hours of racing on the world's most fearsome racetrack is Sunil Arora. Sunil, we're at round 4 of 5 in this incredible Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. What's your thoughts heading into this one?
I'm very pumped up, Peter, and I think the name of our sponsors for this event nails how I'm feeling. It's Happy Racing Day. Finally, the DNLS is back after what feels like an age, but generally, I'm very excited to see how each of the categories play out, and especially how teams just end up being more consistent because we've seen such a variable grid in all cat classes so far.
That we have, yes indeed. In SP9, well, it's HRT Mercedes that lead the way in the championship, but it is very closely contested, and we've seen a number of leading cars hitting problems throughout the opening 3 rounds of the season, and that consistency is going to be key to sealing this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. We're going to have all of the action for you here on the LEGO Technic live stream. We've got 60 teams registered today to go and do battle on this 24-kilometre circuit, known as the Green Hell, but to us, really, it is heaven. There is nothing like racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. 3 hours of racing with pit stops all the way through and driver changes, and also featuring some of the drivers from the real-world Nürburgring Langstrecken series, which, Sunil, we're not a million miles away from the start of season in the outdoor version of this championship.
Absolutely, and that's the amazing part. This particular championship kind of goes out to replicate that one in the sim racing world completely, and that goes out to almost every single regulation, including the one for real-world drivers, and we've got such an assortment of them racing here today, especially in the SP9 one.
Absolutely. Well, we started off back at the beginning of November for the H&R 3-hour Rennen. That was won by Mercedes AMG Team HRT in a stunning battle to the finish. And then at the beginning of December, we had the Nymex 3-hour race. That was won by Porsche, who got their own back after missing out on the opening round of the season. And round 3, last time out, won by Mercedes Team Landgraf. And we're going to have a little highlight reel to show you what happened last time out, where Mercedes took their second win of the season. But we've had 3 different winners from 3 races as well, adding to the unpredictability of this incredible championship, which is run as close as possible to the real life version as well. And the competition is every bit as fierce. So they started off with Mercedes Team HRT on pole position, leading the Alpecin Volkenhorst BMW down towards turn 1. It was a good day for the Alterbach factory, the Landgraf car there with the very distinctive, very recognisable man filter livery. Any fan of the Nürburgring Nordschleife will be very familiar with that car. Moritz Lohner in the Lamborghini Huracan mixing it in there as well. It was an Ironman stint for David Williams in the Coanda Simsport Porsche Cup class car, taking all 3 hours on his own. Won't be able to do that today, we'll have to share the driving, but took that car to victory. And the ever-competitive SP10 class run to FIA GT4 regulations, well, it's 2 manufacturers involved here, Porsche versus BMW, and it's really been the exclusive playground of Porsche so far. Core Sim Racing, Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinez in their TCR machine. They've been the class of the field on pace, but in race execution, it hasn't quite gone their way. But with the TCRs getting going, already the SP9's rumbling up to the back of the pack, and you can see it can go wrong at any moment here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But Landgraf eventually took the lead, getting past the HRT Bilstein-backed Mercedes, with the Alpecin BMW, hitting problems with the Valkyrie Audi. It's not been an easy season for the Volkenhorst team, but using that big muscle of the HRT Mercedes, Norbert Kiss taking the lead just before the opening pit stop. Norbert, a 3-time European truck racing champion and a heck of a driver here in the simulator. But Team Landgraf and Dor Esports Lamborghini battling hard as well, with a little mistake from Landgraf at the carousel, popping out the side. Luca Kita having to fight back on Moritz Lohner, finally getting it done there at Schwedenkreuz. Making the move at Schwedenkreuz, that's something that makes your hairs tingle. But the draft race along the Dottinger Hoe, very, very important as well for Landgraf to take the win by a whisker. Elias Seppinen on his debut with the team, taking the victory and putting themselves back into championship contention. Second place for Team HRT, that keeps them at the top of the championship. Will they stay there after today's race? We shall see. So there you are then. It's all to play for in the SP9 Championship. At the moment, Team HRT lead by just 4 points from BS Competition BMW, with Mala Racing Team, the Porsche, in third. They're tied on a 3-way tie with Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW and Team Landgraf Mercedes. So 11 points separating the top 6 at the moment. So what will happen today, we will be finding out in just a short moment. We will have qualifying for the SP9 category coming up very soon indeed. And we'll be right back here for the happy racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Nachher brauche ich unbedingt eine romantische Komödie, um runterzukommen. Ich habe jetzt Giga TV mit Netflix inklusive. Da finde ich immer was Schönes.
Liebe ist so wichtig.
Das volle Programm mit der größten Mediathekenauswahl Deutschlands. Giga TV. Jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the Happy Racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We're just warming up, ready for SP9 qualifying, a real thrilling segment of this afternoon's action, where we see the drivers go on low fuel, new tyres, and see what type of hot laps they can set on this wonderful racetrack. Now, Samil, one of the key things about today's 3-hour race is pit stops, but our top 3 finishers from last race, they've got some success penalties to serve. Why don't you explain what we've got to expect for that?
Absolutely. So the top 3 from every race eventually have to pay a price for their success. So you might call it the suffering from success kind of meme, but it's called the success penalty. And in this case, the first place team will have to take a 30-second stop-go penalty, the second with 20 seconds, and the third with 10 seconds. Now, this will happen during their first pit stop of the race. And who are those 3 teams, you ask? Well, the first place team in the last race, Mercedes AMG Esports team Landgraf, they will be the ones who have to take a 30-second stop as a result of their win during their first pit stop. Team HRT will be the second team, so they'll get 20 seconds. And BS Competition, the silent warriors of this championship, will have to stop for 10 seconds. Now, it's kind of like a ballast in a way, but instead of adding weight onto your car, you have to take this penalty instead. But many a times, we have seen some teams, especially BS Competition, even though they've got a penalty, they have ratcheted their way up onto the top of the grid. So it's not like if you get a penalty, you're completely lost in this race. So keep an eye out on them, especially BS, because they've only got 10 seconds to stop and not something like 30 like Landgraf has.
Yeah, that's certainly a big penalty handing over Landgraf and indeed championship leaders, Team HRT as well. So that'll be quite a bit to come back from for that outfit as well. One of the things I personally really love about this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series is that the in the SP9 category, there is a mandate for each team to have a real-world racing driver in their lineup, and that driver has to take qualifying duties and the first stint of the race with a minimum driving time of 45 minutes continuously as well. Now, there are one or two teams, Samil, who have a dispensation. There's a couple of teams that are basically playing their joker card, so they've got just simulator drivers in. But we've seen some real stars so far. I mean, who's been some of your picks of the real world drivers who've really shone in this championship?
Oh, that's such a good one. I'd actually go for Norbert Kiss firstly, because he's been tremendous, not just across one team, but across 2, because Kiss has not only just raced for HRT, but he's also with a different team at the start of the year. So he's been tremendous. And apart from that, again, I have to go back to HRT and Danny Juncadella. Now, fun fact, Juncadella took pole and helped HRT win the first round of the season. But interestingly enough, he's not racing for HRT today. Danny Juncadella is actually going to be racing for Winward Mercedes today instead of Teemu Sunonen. And this has got me very curious because there are multiple real-world drivers like Maurice Schöring, like Norby Kiss, like Elias Sepanen, like Lauren Heinrich, who have raced for a couple of teams within the case of one season. So does this mean that their loyalties are kind of split up? Will they put the same effort for each team that they go to? It's kind of interesting, but Juncadella and Kiss it is for me.
I think I could not agree with you more, Samil. They've both been fantastic. I mean, Daniel Juncadella's drive in the opening round of the season, I think, is my standout drive. You can never write off Samuel Matti-Trogen in the Vulcanhorst BMW. And yes, I'm that biased because it's the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo car. The regular viewers of this championship will know that that's got a bit of a soft spot for that. Any product that can help you slow down the effects of baldness is a good thing in my book. Well, won't be long until we get into SP9 qualifying. The drivers are preparing themselves, but let's take a very quick look at the championship standings. We've talked about SP9 quite a bit, but there's also the Deutsche Payment DNLS Championship. So this is, you need a degree in quantum physics to work out the points here, but effectively it's who is the best pound-for-pound team in this championship. And at the moment, it's very close between Team Heusingvelt's TCR entry and Quanta Sim Sports Porsche Cup entry. But a point behind, we have the 2 leading teams in SP10 as well, Corsim Racing and Team RSO as well. Our championship leaders in SP9, they set all the way back in 7th at just 6 points as well. So the Deutsche Payment Championship, that is, of course, we see in the real world NLS, Sunil, where it's not always the exotic SP9s that win that championship. Often it's one of the lower classes.
Exactly, which is what we're seeing with Coanda and Heusinkveld at the top. Keep an eye out on teams like Marshmallow Racing and Peterbong Performance, because in the last couple of rounds, they have very quietly ratcheted up all the way to the top of the grid. So keep an eye out on them. And as I said about Peterbong Performance, in the real sim category, they are right up there. This category, Peter, is amazing because we've got a few entries, but the quality of the drivers here is just fantastic. And the prize pool on offer as well.
Absolutely, yes. We have big prizes on offer for this championship. Over €8,000 in prizes. There's prizes for class winners and the overall championship, and indeed the Deutsche Payment Championship, as we've just mentioned as well. So plenty on offer for these teams and drivers, and it's certainly very busy in the life of a virtual motorsport driver. We had yesterday the iRacing 12 Hours of Bathurst. And I think there's one or two drivers who are pulling double duty after that. Well, that's certainly it's about as close to the Nürburgring Nordschleife as you're going to get in modern day racing. That real no room for error style of circuit where you've got to thread it in between the walls, and any mistake will be severely punished. So looking at my timing screen as well, the drivers are in the pit lane just getting ready for action, ready for their qualifying session. Jesse Krohn will do the qualifying duties for Volkenhorst. So that's interesting. Volkenhorst have actually got two real-world pros in their car. Of course, Sami Mattis-Rogan and Jesse Krohn. Jesse Krohn, the winner of the 2020 Rolex 24-hour Daytona GTLM class, and a BMW factory driver, a very impressive driver indeed. So the drivers are now on to their first flying laps. They do a quick lap around the GP circuit and then straight back onto it. So here's Daniel Juncadella in new colours today, formerly of Team HRT Mercedes, now with Windward Mercedes, the winner of the 2021 Rolex 24-hour GTD class. But this is the life of a customer racing driver. If you're a factory driver for an AMG or a Porsche or an Audi or a BMW Simil, you're often hopping from different teams. And you go where you're told to go, and you do your best whoever you're driving for.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I think Windward Mercedes will get a massive shot up their backside, because Danny Juncadella in the first race was just tremendous. His qualifying lap was just beyond comprehension. The way he drove in that first thing was amazing. So Windward, who currently stand in P6 in their category, could well climb up the order because, well, they're only 1 point behind Landgraf, Walkenhorst and Mahler. And Mahler currently stands in P3, so one good race if you out-qualify and beat all these other teams that I mentioned previously. Who knows? Windward could be up in the top 3 today.
I think they're really in with a strong shout, that's for sure. As we see the number 7 Team BMW bank machine on screen, that's Bruno Spengler at the wheel of that car. The very experienced Canadian driver, both very accomplished in the real world. The 2012 DTM champion, but also very good in the sim as well. He won the 2020 iRacing IMSA Invitational Championship. And Bruno very busy in the sim as he is in the real world. And Sybil, this is something that we're seeing more of now. I mean, Lauren Heinrich would be one example. Of course, the newly chosen Porsche Junior driver. And of course, Lauren very accomplished in outdoor motorsport, but obviously world class in the simulator as well. I personally believe, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one. I personally believe that the future factory drivers in the coming decade or two, you're being just good in outdoor motorsport is actually not going to be enough. I think you've got to be good in the simulator as well, so that your employer, whether that be a Mercedes, a Ferrari, a BMW, Porsche, or whoever, that they can basically make the most out of your skills, that they can put you into events like this and represent the brand in the real world as well as the virtual world. What do you think?
My goodness, that's actually a very good thought. Now, think about Porsche, for instance, right? Porsche, they have such a big influence in the world of sim racing nowadays. Of course, after the 911 has come on to the iRacing GT3 service as well. So nowadays, you do need your influence in the virtual world and real world. And to be honest, Peter, I think there's a better opportunity to sort of get to more people via sim racing. Because, let's be honest, right? We all love GT3 racing, we all love endurance racing, but it's a bit of a niche in comparison to sim racing, which is actually cool. So, if you have good representation over there in the big championship like the DNS, it matters. It's not a joke anymore. It's not just fun and games. So, I think it seriously will be a good proposition for later on to get drivers that are hybrid racers in the best way of the sense. And Lauren Heinrich is one of those drivers that makes sense in that new bracket. Sammy Rogan is another one as well, so keep an eye out on drivers like that one in the future.
Riding on board with Jesse Krohn in the number 34 Volkenhorst Alpecin BMW, heading down through Kellenhard down towards Versifen. And this is a really fast part of the circuit as well. You hear us say that a lot here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Then hard down to second gear and carrying a lot of really good speed there. Jesse driving very neat and tidy here down towards Breitscheid, where you come down a couple of gears and then using all the room right up over the curb. And then through Exmühl, a really tricky corner. The car gets quite light there, a little wiggle from the tail in approval. And then down towards Niki Lauda Links. And then Bergwerk for the long drive up the Kesselchen. Joshua Rogers, the double Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, regarded by many as the top sim racing driver in the world at the moment, or certainly in the top three, depending on who you speak to, and had a difficult day at Bathurst yesterday. Caught up in somebody else's incident, and that kind of put the Coanda team on the back foot. But Joshua, fresh, a bit of sleep, and back out on track once again. And we saw, didn't we, Samil? Joshua's had some blinding pace in this car throughout this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, but the actual execution, Coanda are yet to get a win in this championship, despite having often the fastest car.
Exactly, and I think DNLS 2 stands out genuinely because over there, Coanda had a realistic chance of winning it. In fact, had they been a little bit more patient in that moment, Coanda could have gotten the win, but Rogers went for a really fun move around the outside of one of the trickier parts of the circuit early on and ended up like that, like the Sim Racing Academy black car, completely broken, battered and bruised. Eventually, that's where Coanda lost their win, but it's been clear they have the pace to win. It's just about that matter of consistency and always having the best potential lineup. I don't know, Peter. I get a feeling that Coanda will get one this time. I don't think they can go an entire season without them. That's just not possible, is it?
Well, we shall see. Well, it looks like there's been a problem for Roman Strycek in the number 25 Sim Racing Academy Porsche. The whole front bonnet gone. So he's obviously had a head-on impact somewhere. So that's an interesting one. That might that's definitely going to spoil the qualifying run for that car. The 111 Mercedes AMG M&G performance car, Jan-Philipp Springop. I nearly said Jan-Philipp SpongeBob there as well. I'll need to try and check myself for that one through the day. He's driving with Marek Brockman. Now, both Marek and Jan-Philipp are real-world drivers, so one of the lineups where they can actually choose who they wish to do the qualifying duties. Of course, Marek, his teammate, a three-time Nürburgring 24-hour class winner, class champion in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and races for the team you'd want to drive for, Sunil, Schnitzelalm Racing. I bet you they have good catering with the schnitzels.
And considering how long the NLS races can be, I think you'd need one. I think after a really long stint, you would want a couple of schnitzels. See, I got no tongue-tied thinking about them completely. But no, on an honest note, M&G Performance have been interesting so far, haven't they? Because at a couple of races, it seemed like they can break into that midfield, but time and again they've been stuck in the lower part of the field. I wonder, Peter, with two real-world racing drivers, is this the time they finally break through and get that big result? Because clearly, teams are struggling to get even one real-world driver. They clearly do now, with ease.
That they do, yes. Well, the first times are coming in as well, and, well, something we've said many times already in this championship, the number 4 Team HRT Mercedes goes to the top of the shop. Norbert Kiss straight on it, a 7:47.422 about 0.8 of a second quicker than Phil Denez in the Mala Racing Porsche, and making it 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Number 89, BS Competition BMW, Rob Niels Koch, rounds out the top 3. Team BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler in 4th. Jesse Krohn in 5th, just 1.6 seconds covering the top 5. That's mighty, mighty close. Let's see what Ben Dorr can do with his time. Now, this is what happened to Robin Strycek, 5th. Quite early on in the lap, so he's had to drive all the way around. Yes, that's on the run down towards Schwedenkreuz. It's a strange place to go off. It looked like maybe lost it coming over Flugplatz, possibly, Simil.
Yeah, I couldn't quite from that particular angle, but that clearly was a long time to carry your car around. And what makes it trickier is that you have to carry it all the way back to the pit lane, wait for a repair, then you get back with warming up your tires. It's just not ideal at all, considering you only get 2 proper laps in this championship. But let's wait and see if they change their tires in the middle of the couple of ones, because we saw that happen the last time out. But yeah, no surprises that Mercedes eSports team HRT is still at the top at Norby Kiss, and early on, they are making an impact.
That they are. Jakob Erlbacher comes to the line now. Let's see what the number 21 Kart Raceland eSports Lamborghini can do over the line. What's the time going to be for the 21 car? No time set. Interesting. So maybe a track limits violation at some point over the circuit has thwarted that run. And that's the thing, is you've got a 24-kilometre lap. If you just step just over the track limits, that lap will be invalidated, and you've got to go all the way around and set another lap. So these will be the last flying laps now for the cars that have just started. And can there be any improvement now? 7:47.4 is an exceptional benchmark from Norbert Kiss, and the Hungarian is he's won. Talk about adaptable. Norbert Kiss has won multiple European truck racing championships. He's won the Hungarian Championship for Suzuki Swifts, Seat Leons and Renault Clios. So he's put him in anything and he will win. And I totally agree with you, Samil, about your pick there as well. He has been a real star and a real asset to that HRT squad.
Oh yeah. I am just amazed, because I'll be honest, before coming into this championship, I wasn't quite aware of Norby Kiss completely. But this has just been exceptional. Now, if you say you can do this in trucks, in hatchbacks, in GT3 cars, they're fine, but also carrying this onto the sim. And it's not like the DNLS is some sort of amateur racing championship, right? It's the best of the best. So to dominate the most competitive category in the best of the best championship, it's just something else. Norbert Kiss is doing quite an exceptional job, and I think because of his consistency of performances and appearances as well, he kind of edges out Danny Juncadella for me in terms of the best real-world driver. But let's wait and see what he does today. What I'm surprised to see, though, Peter, is the timings. Last time out in qualifying, the pole sitter, of course, Norby Kiss again, 7 minutes 43.381. Conditions, well, they might be different, but can they be so different that they are 4 seconds down?
Well, we shall see. Well, Josh Rogers has gone to second place with his first flying lap, just edging past Phil Denez by 400ths of a second over 24 kilometres. Just let that one sink in. 400ths of a second is at the most minute margin, probably about the length of a cigarette. It's and not a Corella DeVille one either. I mean, that's close. But Phil Denez, often you see the fast laps coming in lap 2 as well, as the drivers really get into their groove. Let's see what Denez can do here in this beautiful Mala Porsche, the number 91. Of course, sponsored by one of Germany's real engineering success stories, the Mala engineering firm. Their aluminium piston technology really revolutionized engine technology back in the 1950s, and has been on every model of Porsche since the 356, since the very first model. And those very fancy pistons are used on, now Porsche fans will appreciate this, the Type 547 engine, or also known as the Fuhrmann engine, which was first used in the 550 Spider, which of course competed here at the Nürburgring. Now, no time set yet for Mercedes team windward, Sunil. This is a critical lap here for the number 57 of Daniel Juncadella. So pressure on for the Spaniard.
This has to be the big one. We've seen a couple of teams take this strategy into qualifying, but it's not it's not often resulted in a really good result for them. So let's keep an eye on what Windward can do, but it's Danny Juncadella. You know that a good lap will be coming, and considering how he's flying past all these corners, I expect them to be up somewhere near the top 5, but let's still wait and see if they can get that done. Eventually, though, they just need a good lap. Windward, a big result for them. They could just rocket up the top of this field. They need to beat at least BMW Bank, because they could be a big hurdle in the race then if they don't qualify them.
Yeah, I mean, although a 3-hour race might sound long, in this context, with this level of field, to not set a qualifying time would be a huge disadvantage for this number 57 Team Windward Mercedes AMG team. I mean, to get through the pack, and how many times, Emil, on lap 1, it's so narrow coming through this transition between the Grand Prix circuit and the Nordschleife. How many times have we seen cars hit problems on lap 1? And usually they happen in that kind of mid to rear pack, so you do not want to be in that area.
Exactly, and that too, Peter, funnily enough, in the transition from the GP circuit to the Nordschleife, that's where things properly get bottled up, and there's a very limited chance of you surviving in that mid-pack. So you want to be somewhere around, say, the top 4, top 5. That's where we've seen the most breathing space in the first couple of laps. Anywhere down, and you can find yourself into a big load of trouble. They don't want that, do they?
No, they don't. Norbert Kiss coming down towards Bergwerk now, just trying to get that perfect slingshot, as he does beautifully up the Kesselchen, the little valley. This is where horsepower is everything. You never have enough horsepower coming up this endless drag all the way up towards Moot Curve, Bravery Corner, and you'll see why in a second. If you're new to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you'll see why. This is where you're tightening your belts, you're taking a deep breath, you're going, oh, please stick, car. Norbert will use all the road on the right. There he is, right up to the edge of the wall, and flat out through there, using all of the roads. Really scary through there. Some drivers will use 5th gear there, sometimes 6th, depending on the car, and then down to 2nd for Klostertal, and then again a little climb up towards Carousel, the Caracciola Carousel, named after Rudi Caracciola, who won the first car race here at the Nürburgring in a Mercedes, quite fittingly here, Simil.
Exactly, it was the car of the times, and now Nobby Kiss reminding everyone that that is still the case. The track might have changed, the graffiti on the track might have changed, there might be a few barricades lining along, but it's still just as daunting. Well, actually, come to think of it, even the dimensions of it have changed. We're now into the sim racing world, but the challenge of it is still that just something similar, especially when you come to this particular section of the track, fast flowing. You just have to dance around and just wait until you can get to the final part of the Dottinger and unleash the Mercedes power.
Well, Norbert Kiss might come across a little bit of traffic here, or might get the perfect toll going up the Dottinger Hoe as well, to come into Brunchen, and the one of only 2 gravel traps on the Nordschleife there on the left. There it's gone, up towards Ice Curve. And then look at the speed that Norbert Kiss is, so neat and tidy, carrying so much momentum in this big front engine sledgehammer of a car, the Mercedes AMG GT. Gorgeous machine. If you've ever seen one of these cars on the road, it looks fantastic. In fact, Simil, my good pal Ryan DL, was a double Rolex 24-hour winner, has just taken delivery of effectively the street version of this very car, the AMG GT Black Series, and it has the most enormous rear wing you've ever seen. And Ryan lives in Florida. He's been very lucky to be one of the few customers in America to get hold of one. And I messaged him yesterday. I said, how does it drive? He says, it's absolutely ridiculous. He says, it's brilliant.
There goes your rear visibility, doesn't it? That's just gone for an absolute toss.
All wing.
But it's Florida, though. I think crazy things can be associated with Florida. And if there's more Florida car than the Mercedes AMG Black, I don't think there is, right? It's just mad power, mad looks, mad sound. How does he tame it?
Well, it's good. I think being a professional racing driver certainly helps with a car with that amount of power and grunt. The only thing is the wing is slightly angled, so you can't rest a coffee cup on it. You would get,
nice.
you would spill the coffee on the paintwork. Adam Christodoulou, one of our real world drivers for the Team Hoisingveld team, number 101. Adam, a very keen sim driver, as well as driver for the Mercedes factory team in GT racing. Really nice guy is Adam. Comes from Lichfield in the United Kingdom and loves taking part in virtual motorsport. Now, interestingly, Josh Rogers has thought that lap time is good enough. He's gone to the pit lane. So Norbert Kiss at the moment sitting on top of the shop. Does he improve? He does. My word. Get this. 747.0 for Norbert Kiss. Can that be bettered? Well, at the moment, he sits 1.1 seconds ahead of anyone, beats Norbert Kiss. Kwanda sitting in second at the moment. Phil Denez should be coming to the line shortly, I think, according to my timing screen. He might be the fly in the ointment here. But the last few drivers come over the line. The number 8 LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini off the pace. Loic Hartog 6 seconds back. Now, what can the number 34 Volkenhorst BMW do? Jesse Krohn stays 7th. So not many drivers actually improving on that second lap. Norbert Kiss, one of very few to do so.
And it shows you the quality of Norbert Kiss. Come out there and put in that lap in that situation where nobody else could have possibly gained an improvement. And it's not like the first lap was a bad lap. That was the pole sitting lap, and he's just gone and done something better. But I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Walkenhorst aren't higher up. I'm surprised that Coandar are only just second. I'm actually very surprised that Windward with Juncadella are 8th, Peter. 8th. When in the first qualifying lap of the season, Juncadella was 1.4 seconds faster than anyone else.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there for Juncadella and Windward Mercedes in 8th. That will be 4th row of the grid. You are right in the snarl of the pack there as well. But let's see what Adam Christodoulou can do. He's sitting 10th at the moment, and he looks to be on a pretty hot lap here in that beautiful blue and silver and red Hoisingveld Mercedes. Of course, Hoisingveld manufacturers have really fancy, unbelievably realistic pedal systems for your simulator. Over the line comes Adam. I don't know if he's going to improve here. No, I don't think so. So he stays 10th for Team Hoisingveld. So it's going to be Mercedes on pole once again. Team HRT, the championship leaders, on pole position with Norbert Kiss, the Hungarian, qualifying on pole by 1.1 seconds. There's confirmation then. Josh Rogers in second, who, according to that graphic, will be doing the driving all by himself. On the entry list, we have Matt Backham along beside him, but we'll see how that one plays out over the race. Right behind by a tiny margin, Phil Dennis and Ryan Barneveld in third for Mala Porsche. Team BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler doing the qualifying duties, just 1.2 seconds off the pace. 7 thousandths of a second behind Spengler is Elias Sepinen and Luca Kita in the Team Landgraf Mercedes. The margin so tight, the closest we've seen actually in this season. Niels Koch for BS Competition in 6th, Volkenhorst BMW in 7th. 8th place was Windward Mercedes, followed by M&J Performance and Hoisingveld. Then this is your second half of the field. Volker Strycek did get a lap in eventually in 11th, followed by Phoenix Racing Lamborghini and ERC Lamborghini, followed by LEGO Technic and Auto Reparix as well. This is how they line up in the Porsche Cup class. Zach Campbell putting it on pole by 2 seconds over Phoenix Racing Porsche. Then Asher Racing in third, with IAS Sim Racing Schweiss in fourth, and Team 75 Bernhard, René Osterkamp in fifth. 6th is WS&E Motorsport, followed by Leipert Esports, Deutsche Payment Esports, .xe Esports, and Core Sim Racing Cup 2 round out the top 10, with Ronald Grossman driving that machine as well. A few drivers seemingly taking solo duty. Deutsche Payment Esports are in 11th, followed by WS Racing and Artel Motorsport Reparix. Now, SP10s run to FIA GT4 regulations. As Course Sim Racing take first blood by 0.3 of a second over their championship rivals, Team RSO, with the sister car for RSO right behind in third spot. RaceFox are in fourth, with, again, the first of the BMWs sitting fifth, nearly 5 seconds off the pace. So despite their slight lift in balance of performance, again, still not enough to break the Porsche stronghold at the front. Deutsche Payment Esports are in sixth, with WNS eMotorsport seventh, Ring Fazard Sim Racing 8th, RN Vision STS Sim Racing in 9th, and AMS Seigberg round out the top 10 of your grid in SP10. And last few, GeForce Experience, ERC, and Shoot Sim Racing round out our 13-car SP10 grid. Again, Porsche stronghold there. Now, all one type of car, in the SP3T class for TCR machinery. Core Sim Racing on pole. Wow, by just under 0.2 of a second. Some exceptionally close margins here in this category, with Low Grip Racing in third, Marshmallow Racing fourth, the Nürburgring Esports team in fifth, Undici Scuderia in sixth, ERC seventh, Valkyrie Esports Rookies, they're eighth, and Karthaler Whitlick Esports round out your 9-car SP3T class grid. So, weather conditions, Sunil, how are we looking there?
Looks pretty good, actually. It's pretty warm and friendly. 18 degrees Celsius in the air, 32 on the track. Things are looking fine. I think normally this should be good conditions. Slightly hot on the track, so this might make tire wear a little bit of an issue. But considering how good all these drivers are, considering how big of pros they are normally, I think they should manage it. Well, as I say, it's just been gone. It's just heating up a little bit to 34 degrees Celsius, but it's going to be a slight challenge in terms of managing the tires, considering all the heat at the track surface. But I think they should be fine. All things considered, a slight bit of conservation all the way through, and they should be okay.
Interesting stuff. Yes, if that track temperature gets excessively hot, then yes, you're right, Sunil. That's going to make the track a little bit greasier and indeed make tyre wear that little bit more aggressive. Well, we're just a few minutes away of the start of the Happy Racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We hope you're sitting comfortably ready to watch all of the action from lights to flag here on the LEGO Technic live stream. And, well, Team HRT, the championship leaders, put themselves in a very strong position here as well. They will have to serve their 20-second success penalty at their pit stop. But how can they recover from that? As we've seen, Sunil, we've had 3 different winners so far. So it's not necessarily about going out and winning every race. It's about maximising the points. But here is your grid then, confirming again. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT will start on pole alongside Kwanda Simsport. Malo Racing Porsche and Team BMW Bank are row 2, with Mercedes-AMG Team Landgraf, our winners last time out. They'll start from 5th, with BS Competition BMW right beside them on the 3rd row. Starting on row 5 will be Mercedes-AMG Esports Team M&J, with Heusingveld starting right alongside in their Mercedes. And the last few there on your screen for SP9 Dor Esports, WS Racing, and Kart Raceland Esports. 19 SP9 cars. So if any of the leading teams hit problems, the chances of scoring points go out the window, and that is very difficult to catch back up with as well. So, number of different manufacturers taking part in SP9. We've got Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, and Mercedes as well. This is how they line up in the Porsche Cup class. Kwanda Sim Sport and Phoenix Racing on row 1. Asher Racing and IAS Sim Racing row 2. Team 75 Bernhard on row 3 alongside WNS Motorsport. Leipert and Deutsche Payment, they start on row 4 for that Porsche Cup class. The top 8 covered by about 5 seconds, but very tight at the top of the field. Row 5.xe Esports and Core Sim Racing, Deutsche Payment, WS Racing, Artel Motorsport, Peterbomb Performance, and Albi Racing round out the 15-car grid there. Surprising to see Peterbomb Performance back in 14th, not setting a time in qualifying. SP10, well, it's the rivals, Core Sim Racing and Team RSO, your front row, with Racing Fuel Simulators and RaceFox on row 2. But SP9 cars are already rolling on the Dottinger Hoe as we hit the top of the hour, 1 p.m. local time at the Nürburgring, and it will be Norbert Kiss who leads us into 3 hours of racing here for the Happy Racing 3 hour of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Josh Rogers will start alongside Kiss on the front row. There he is in the white, purple and orange Coanda SimSport machine. And right behind there in the Mala Porsche, Phil Denez, the number 91. Bruno Spengler will start alongside him as the cars begin to form in a 2x2 pattern behind the Porsche 911 safety car. Buckle in for 3 hours of racing here on the LEGO Technic live stream. We're riding in the virtual Goodyear blimp. The Goodyear blimp first flown in 1917, would you believe? And actually covered, it was used to film coverage for the very first Super Bowl in 1965. I think it is Super Bowl night tonight, isn't it? I don't keep too up to date with it, but I think it is Super Bowl night coming up very soon. So, what can Team HRT do? They've got 20-second pit stop penalty to serve at the stops. The 2 cars behind them do not. Coanda Porsche and Mala Porsche, they've got no success penalty to serve. So are they in the driver's seat for the win here today? We shall see. They're now coming up to the Tiergarten, and this is where the nerves start to jangle, ready to be let loose into 3 hours of racing, and there is just no time to bed yourself in, really, here at the Nürburgring. It's such an assault on the senses. You have to be on it from the word go. Norbert Kiss certainly was on it in qualifying. What can he do here in this opening stint of the race? The drivers all gather up as well. We're about to go racing. Green, green, green. Norbert Kiss hits the loud pedal and we go racing in the happy hour, 3 hour race. Weaving around, trying to break the draft up to Joshua Rogers as they head down towards turn 1, but looks like Kiss has got enough of a gap. Rogers tucks in behind him in the Coanda Porsche. Look at Spengler going round the outside in the black and white Team BMW bank car, but just about the leaders get through clean, Sunil.
They do indeed, and once again the pole sitter having an inherent advantage, but Joshua Rogers wants to challenge that, constantly getting close to Norby Kiss, constantly making a run for position 1 here.
Okay, so Joshua Rogers trying every possible line that he can, and Norbert Kiss is saying absolutely not. You know, I'm used to the rough and tumble of truck racing, so this is like tiddlywinks for me. And he's saying, nope, you're going to have to go the long way around. Brilliant motorsport at the front between Norbert Kiss, one of the top drivers in real life racing, and Joshua Rogers, one of the very top drivers in simulator motorsport. This is what the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is all about, and Rogers still looking for a way by as they head towards the end of the GP circuit, up towards the Sabrina Schmitz curve, and then on to the Nordschleife. Again, Rogers trying to find his way. Dennis is right there as well as they head towards the start of the Nordschleife, and Kiss has to go very defensive here as well. Brilliant stuff from Norbert Kiss and Joshua Rogers, not taking on any silly moves at this stage, but showing that he wants to take his opportunity at any given moment. So the SP9 cars all getting through relatively clean. They're at the top left of your screen now. Time for the Porsche Cup category. Zach Campbell for Coanda SimSport gasses it up and takes the run down towards turn 1 with the Phoenix Racing Porsche right on the inside of him there as well. You'll need to watch for a dive bomb into turn 1, but Campbell is just too good on the brakes there. Of course, a star in the Porsche Esports Super Cup in this very car, so knows this machine absolutely inside and out. The level of preparation required for these level of championships is just exceptional. 10 or 12 hours a day is not unusual for drivers of this caliber. It really is taken. Whoa, there's a spin for Asher. Spin for Asher, the 200 goes wide, Sunil. So that was Martin Asher, team owner there, having a broadside.
Yeah, I was left shell-shocked for a second because 3h Racing are your category leaders. They're coming into this race, they had a 3-point advantage over Coanda. That suddenly is gone because you know for a fact that Coanda will not let this lead go. Asher are all the way down the back of the grid. I think they currently are in somewhere around P10 in class. How will they fight back? How will they fight for the championship?
Oh, well, Martin Asher, you can be guaranteed that he will be throwing absolutely everything at it to get that to get those positions back. But luckily managed to get through without damage. We might get another look at it on our Goodyear replay, but no, for now, let's look on the right hand side of your screen. It's the SP10 category go into the start of their race. Sim Racing starting on pole position as well. Maxim Ramstein, the brilliant Dutchman, will lead us away in that white and orange machine with the two RSO cars looking very menacing behind as well. It's Siegmann and Schella. Sorry, my apologies. That is in those cars, Lorenz and Schallenberg. But again, the pole sitter, that's 3 from 3 now. The pole sitter making it cleanly into turn 1 and letting the rest battle it out behind. And look at a good start for the Volkenhorst BMW there, really mixing it at the start there. That Total-backed machine, that Volkenhorst car driven by Dirk Sommer, and really mixing it early. So the BMW didn't have the pace in qualifying, about 5 seconds off the pace, but really making a move here on cold tyres. Maybe the BMW just getting that extra temperature into the tyres that little bit quicker, possibly. But Volkenhorst, good start for them in the SP10 category, but it's Maxim Ramstein for Sim Racing who leads away in the SP10 category. The last category to go into this race will be SP3T, run with the Audi RS3 TCR machines exclusively. We don't have the Hyundai Elantra and the Honda Civic Type R yet in this championship, but maybe next season we shall see. But it will be the Sim Racing machine, Quentin Guinez, who will lead away that group, but his stablemate for Sim Racing leads the way into the Nordschleife for the first time. So there's Quentin Guinez, the absolutely rapid Frenchman. Sim Racing have had the edge on pace in the SP3T category, but haven't quite been able to get the results to go their way. And Quentin Guinez opens up the power on that little Audi RS3 with the Team Heusinkveld car right on the right hand side of shot there as well as they head down towards turn 1 for the first time, leaning on the brakes, getting that TCR machine standing on its nose. And Guinez tucks it in beautifully to the apex with the Heusinkveld car of Siegmann right behind there as well. So the TCR is just 9 cars in that category as well, but it's certainly no less contested. But all relatively clean, nice and tidy, Sybil.
Exactly, yeah, especially in this particular SP33 category. Otherwise, I was really shocked to see what happened in the Cup category. Asher Racing, the way things unfolded for them, really not ideal. But with the TCRs, you know for a fact that they are going to be so calm. And all the way through, it's amazing. In sprint racing, they are the most aggressive ones. In endurance racing, they just line up and behave like a duck's chicks, basically. They just sit behind their mother, really walk around really pleasantly. I don't like this a lot, but they will get explosive an hour into the race. That's when things really get special with these guys.
So, back at the front, Joshua Rogers has hit the front. He has managed to get past Norbert Kiss eventually. He's done it on the Nordschleife. It's not easy to make that pass on the Nordschleife, and already is starting to open up a little bit of a gap. The gap is now 1.1 seconds as we look at it. So, if Joshua Rogers is able to open up more of a gap than that, you can start to negate the slipstream effect, as actually we're coming up towards Galtenkopf, which is the critical right-hander coming onto the 3-kilometre drag along the Dottinger Hoe. In fact, Rogers now getting up to about 1.5 seconds. This is going to be tricky for Norbert Kiss to drag a slipstream. Now, we know the Porsche is fantastic through the bends. We know it's very good on the braking, but it doesn't quite have the top end that some of the other cars do as well. And Rogers knows that. Now, drive-through penalty being shown on the car 488. Now, that might have been, so that's in the SP3 category.
Exactly.
Alemannia. Okay. So Rogers critically holds on to the lead then, although Kiss is able to come right back onto the rear engine cover of this Porsche 911. Now, if Rogers can hold on to this position coming down into turn 1, then we could see this number 88 Commando machine pulling it away. More penalties as well. Drive-through penalty for the 477 Valkyrie Esport Rookie TCR machine. So more SP3T class penalties. Of course, don't forget Phil Dennis there. There, just at the back of shot, you can see him, that white and blue Mala Porsche hanging on to the back of Norbert Kiss. But as we complete lap 1, Rogers in the lead. He's put the disappointment of Bathurst right behind him already, Sunil.
He has, absolutely. And this is amazing. I just want to see where Coanda actually got past HRT, because they looked really frantic in the early part of the first lap. It looked like the Coanda Porsche was a bit like a butterfly, and the HRT was a bit like a... What can we put it? What's a heavy insect? A bee isn't very heavy, but you get the point, right? The Coanda was dancing circles, and it was dancing in circles around the HRT. It was really getting its way past, and it's amazing to see that Rogers has been able to execute that critical move. But a drive-through for BS, that is humongous, Peter. My goodness. Whoa.
Okay. So
I'll get back to you on why that came.
Okay. So, once Sunil has a look at that, we'll get a look shortly what's happened to the Volkenhorst BMW in SP10, which after a blinding start has dropped right down the timing screen. So a problem for Volkenhorst BMW. What a pity, they were rallying so hard to begin with. And well, it's gone wrong. So no further action now. This is the Asha racing car, so no further action for car 200 and 205. So Phoenix Racing Porsche, there's obviously a little bit of a collision there, causing the Asha machine to have a bit of a half spin. Now, here's a replay of what happened to Volkenhorst BMW. Just washes out wide at Schwedenkreuz. Now, does he take out, very lucky not to take out another car. Hard into the wall, my goodness. Broadside across the circuit. Somehow, that's borderline miraculous, Emil.
How did they do that? How did they avoid hitting anyone? But actually, speaking of Volkenhorst, Peter, this was a huge one, but their sister car, I know what happened with them. Volkenhorst apparently got hit by the M&J Mercedes esports team in the back. That's why they're falling down. And I'll just give some context in terms of the championship on this one too, because Volkenhorst Motorsport, third in the title, knocked on points with Mahler Racing. This is huge. We've already seen Volkenhorst have a bad start. BS Competition are potentially investigating for a penalty. HRT could be running away with the title here today. This could be their big day if they win it.
Watch out for Mala Porsche though. Number 91 Mala Porsche, they're there in the fight. Make no mistake about that. Phil Dennis, the American, such a talented driver, very good in real-life motorsport, but is absolutely world-class in the simulator as well. Now, incident between cars 34, that's the Volkenhorst Alpecin car, and 111 M&J Performance under investigation. So won't be long, Sumil. The stewards here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, they don't mess about. And if they think something's not right on track, they will take action, and that's why we have such competitive close racing, I believe. But it won't be long till we hear what the outcome of that investigation is.
Yeah, they're actually just about as fast as Joshua Rogers on that first lap. Genuinely, they are mighty quick. And in fact, on the regulation about what happened to BS Competition, right? That's also under investigation, and the reason is just the silliest one you could possibly think of, Peter. Can you take a guess about why BS Competition are under investigation?
Well,
take a guess.
Jumping the start.
Nah, driving into the pit lane in qualifying. That's the simplest way.
Basic. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. So drive-through penalty for Kart Raceland Esports. The number 21 Lamborghini running towards the rear of the SP9 field. They've been given a drive-through penalty, so that makes their job even harder. As big squeeze there for the TGM-backed BMW there in the green and red car. Very tight indeed there for the 333. They're battling over 7th in class at the moment, and battling with Ringfesiart 388 there, the green and black machine, battling over the top BMW, and it has been a little bit of a BMW trophy, really, because the Porsche
Three
have just been
wide.
so dominant. Oh, a little bit of hip and shoulder as well, and that gives the 333 our efficiency, well, a little bit of the edge there.
I love this. I absolutely do. Ringfizar just got kicked out over there by WNS eMotorsport. They were like, yeah, come on, man, get out of the way. You don't belong here. And now, this is what I love about GT4 racing. 2 different cars, 2 different design philosophies, 1 circuit. Just how are they going to back it out? WNS just looked very aggressive today, Peter. They went 3 wide, heading into the hairpin at the back. I think they just want this position at any cost because they know for a fact that the Porsche on its day is genuinely faster than that BMW. So just a matter of time, I would suppose. But I don't want to see it end that way, though. I want to see our division give it a proper fight, like a BMW's fight.
Absolutely. Well, the gap at the front now up to 1.7 seconds between Josh Rogers and Norbert Kess at the very front of the field in SP9. So coming just about 3/4 of the way through the second lap of this race. And remember, Coanda SimSport do not have a success penalty to serve, whereas Team HRT do. Mala Porsche, however, do not. Now, according to our graphic earlier on, Sunil, it hinted that Joshua Rogers was going to be driving this race solo. The drivers are allowed to do that once a season, and so they're playing that joker now. But on my entry list, I do have Tommy Oscar alongside Josh Rogers, so we'll see what the story is there. It might have been a very late change, maybe even this morning. So we'll see what happens. But if Joshua Rogers is solo driving the whole 3 hours, that's going to be a big mental challenge, but I'm sure he's up to it.
Surely, yeah, he has to be. And Phoenix Racing, I'll get back to Rogers in a second, but they are having a tremendous battle. And they're just holding it off. It's Phoenix Racing. I can see IES Schweiss over there as well. No, that's the Dodge payment car, my apologies. Phoenix WSE Motorsport and Dodge payment in this big scrap for being number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. P5 in the Cup category. But speaking of the Cup category, speaking of Josh Rogers, his teammate David Williams did something very similar in the last race, Peter. He just ended up doing the whole race as a joker. Not as a joker, but he pulled off the joker rule and did the whole thing on his own. But there is a bit of a problem. The driving time of the real world driver must be at least 60 minutes in the race. And that isn't quite going to be the case with Rogers' car. So what happens in that case then? Well, if you're not contesting the race with the real world driver or competing with the minimum driving time, you will receive a 60-second stop and hold penalty or a time replacement penalty of 85 seconds in that race. So that could be added on to Coanda's time. Are they good enough to beat everyone by 85 seconds, Peter?
I doubt it, unless they've been given a dispensation by the organisers, and there is room in the rules for that.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there has been a little bit of negotiation at the back there. But nevertheless, Norbert Case is not letting Joshua Rogers get out of sight at all. In fact, the straight line performance of that, the muscle from afterback, the Mercedes AMG, it's maybe not quite as agile and as up on its toes as the Porsche is, but it's got some sheer big nasty horsepower, does that Mercedes AMG machine. And that and once you just catch a little bit of slipstream as well, that's when you can see Norbert Kess reducing that gap significantly to Joshua Rogers. So Joshua Rogers is having to push very hard here to keep the advantage and needs effectively a buffer when they come out of Galgentop onto the 3 kilometre drag strip that is the Dothinger Hole. And all the while, watch out for Phil Dennis, because I think this is super clever what Phil Dennis is doing here. He's not making an attempt to go past Norbert Kess. Norbert's pace is very, very good, but on the corner, all over the Nordschleife, he's got a bit of pace in hand, I think, and he's just sitting underneath the rear wing of that big Mercedes and keeping, I reckon Phil Dennis is going to be saving a little bit of fuel, and I reckon that's going to give him, the fuel he's saving now is going to save him time when we get to the fuel pumps at the first pit stop.
100%. That is going to be the case, and we've seen a couple of teams, Mala included, try that strategy in early races where you just have a shorter stop when the first pit stop comes around, and then you get the track position. And let's be honest, right? The Mercedes has to be one of the better cars in this championship as of now, considering the balance of performance, considering the results it's gotten. But when you come to the Nordschleife, there's no way you're getting past that Porsche because the Porsche just dances around in the corners. The Mercedes needs a good run at the exit of the Dottinger Höhe, or for that matter, heading into turn number 1 to get that run on the Porsche. The Porsche, meanwhile, can be close enough at that point, can get a run down Dottinger Höhe, and can pass the Mercedes. So, considering where things are going right now, I get a feeling that this might end up being the Porsche race unless HRT are having a trick in their bag with some sort of fuel-saving game that we're not quite aware about. So I think it's game on. I think the Mercedes have to be really clever to get this one this time out, and I'm really excited to see how they can do that.
Well, that's the thing, is that both of their cars at the front of the sharp end of the field, of course, got the HRT car for Haupt Racing Team. That's the Bilstein liveried machine in second, driven by Norbert Kiss. But sitting there in fourth, looking very menacing actually, is the Team Landgraf car of Elias Seppänen, who's switched over from the BS competition team and winning on debut last time out in the Man Filterback car. But both of these cars have success penalty. The Landgraf car, the Man Filter machine, has 30 seconds of success penalty to serve. Aha, now we've got a confirmation, no further action. That is interesting, Sunil. Yes, between the 34 Vulcanhorse car and the 111 M&J Performance Mercedes.
Well, let's put it this way. Considering what's happened in that whole kerfuffle. Oh, what was that? What was that? Was that the HRT car? It is the HRT car. Oh no! What is going on in the championship, Peter? That's our championship leader taken out. That's Vulcanhorse, the third place car that's having a bit of trouble someday. BS competition under investigation. What?
Oh my. Well, did he fall or was he pushed, Norbert Kiss?
Yeah.
Looks like he's maybe, I don't see any significant damage on that car, so that is a huge, huge sigh of relief for fans of this Haupt Racing Team machine. But a huge drop in positions. Now, it could have been a little bit of a tangle going through traffic. They are coming through some SP10 traffic here. There's the Vulcanhorse BMW that has hit issues, but I'm sure we will get a replay on the LEGO Technic live stream here, our Goodyear replay. But Norbert Kiss, big news, spins on lap 3, my apologies, of this Happy Racing 3-hour race. Well, does that let Joshua Rogers off the hook? And, of course, that kind of spoils Phil Dennis's fuel save strategy. Let's have a look. It's down to Versiphen. And maybe just... Oh! Wow. There was just the cars width there, and they sneak through. And it looked there, Samil, it maybe just clicked first gear that little bit too early and locked the rears up, possibly.
Yeah, that's the kind of mistake that I've done so many times driving on the iRacing service. It's a bit weird that nobody kisses something like that. BS Competition with damage though. BS Competition's front end is absolutely broken down. Something's gone wrong for them too. So with Winward, even they've got front end damage. What in the world is happening today, Peter? And BS are slowing down like crazy.
High rate of attrition here as well. So Winward Mercedes 57, they've got, as you rightly say, Samil, they've got big damage. Daniel Juncadella, it's been a difficult day. Daniel Juncadella didn't quite get on the pacing qualifying. The first lap, the hot lap was really was nullified due to a track limits infraction. So let's have a look and see. Poor old BS Competition, nowhere to go. Neither of Winward Mercedes. It's the Alemannia Aachen SP3T car. Now that is something that can happen so easily racing on the Nordschleife. Just one slight mistake from a lower class car and it took two SP9 cars. So that's big news, Samil. Championship implications for BS Competition.
Heavy championship implications. Plus they've got that penalty to deal with as well. So that is a double whammy. This race, folks, will just catapult Mahler into an amazing position. Nobikis has actually dropped down. Nobikis is down to P number 5 with the HRT team. So they will be losing points. Plus, keep in mind that they have a 20-second success penalty to take in as well. So this means that there's Coanda at the top who could have a potential penalty. There's Mahler who have no penalty at all. And then there's Team BMW Bank and P4 also don't have a penalty. So watch out for Mahler. They could just jump up their way in the championship, rocketing past this competition and maybe even HRP, who knows?
Well, this is really a turn up for the books here as well. So to run through the championship standings, Team HRT sit on 27, BS Competition on 23, Mala all the way back on 16. However, 15 points for a victory, 11 for second, only 8 for third, and for fourth, well, you only get 6 points. So the potential switch around here could be enormous as well. So we'll keep a close eye on those championship standings. And of course, we are at the penultimate round. There's one round left to go in this championship. The 6th of March, we'll have the LEGO Technic 3-hour race to close off this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series as the LEGO Technic Lamborghini trying to make a move there into Tiergarten, just gets it sealed up just in time. That's Loic Hartog driving the LEGO Technic car, going past the Phoenix Racing Lamborghini. Of course, Phoenix Racing have their headquarters right on, more or less on screen right now, just on the edge of the Dottinger Hole. Now, Dor Esports, they do not have Moritz Lohner driving with them today, who's been a real star of the championship in that blue and black Lamborghini. But they do have, well, they've got family in this race. They've got young Bendor, who races in ADAC GT4. Now, a Nürburgring expert. Dor Motorsports, of course, have a presence in real-life motorsports, often with McLaren. They actually ran Kevin Estre one year in a McLaren at the N24.
They did. And it's crazy how Dor have also transferred this real-world success into the esports, because I think VCO gave them the award for Newcomers of the Year in the esports scene this year. So clearly doing something right. And we've seen that happen so far in the season. But hey, it's penalty time, Peter. The penalties are rolling in, and they are rolling in fast now.
Now that was a huge one there. The penalties, I just missed that on our screen. Volkenhorst. Yep. And the penalty is?
And the penalty is... just a second, I'm scrolling through the screen very quickly. I'll get back. Okay, so it is a 60-second stop-and-hold penalty for Walkenhorst for that crash they caused to the 40 ERC powered by FSP TUV Rhineland yellow car. Penalty longer than the name, finally.
So Jesse Krohn, well, he's on the naughty step. BMW factory driver, and that drops Volkenhorst. It's been a tough championship for Volkenhorst. They've been so quick, but they just have got involved in one or two incidents. Some you could argue their fault, some not. They've definitely had the pace to challenge for this championship, Sunil, but it's a bit like Rwanda. It has just not come together in the races.
It hasn't. It clearly hasn't. I personally feel that if at the end of the day they and Mahler don't end up being champions, they will be very frustrated because they've had the pace all along to beat each of the teams out there. Just something or the other that's been going wrong. Well, here's two teams that haven't quite had the pace to challenge for the championship, but they've constantly been pushing the limit, and I'm so glad to see the Hörsenwil Mercedes team up in team number 6, because recently they've had a bit of a tough time, but this is the best they've had so far. And Robin Streichek, just look at how the Porsche just runs circles around the Mercedes in the corners. That car just has something over the Mercedes. It's just so nimble.
Yeah, but the Mercedes has got the grunt. What a wonderful race here we're seeing between, particularly the AMG and the Porsche. In front, we've got Adam Christodoulou, of course, outright winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour back in 2016 with the Black Falcon team. And Robin Streichek, a two-time class winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour. His father, Volker, of course, drives, well, one of the most famous cars in Nürburgring history, the Foxtail Opel Manta. What a machine that is. Now, I think iRacing, forget Formula One cars. We need to laser scan the Foxtail Opel Manta along with the Foxtail, so we can drive that along with the Dacia Logan. Those are two key Nürburgring Nordschleife cars.
No, I kind of agree with you on that, Peter. We need more old school endurance racing cars on iRacing. Not for serious racing, but just for the fun of it, right? You turn up like the Lotus 49s, practice for half an hour, and there you are having some good club racing with your friends. That'll be quite something, isn't it? Which other endurance racing car would be fast? I am very inclined towards seeing some more Group C action.
Definitely. Yes, that's definitely missing, that's for sure. Porsche 962, yes please. Or the Jaguar XJR, yes. Oh my goodness me. So Phil Dennis making his way through the SP3T traffic with the Team Landgraf Mercedes of Elias Seppinen right on the back bumper there as well. Of course, both Phil and Elias know each other very well. Of course, drove for many years together in the BS competition stable. But Dennis, he's just so cool under pressure, and he's just keeping Elias Seppinen at bay. Now, Strychik has got past Christodoulou here in the Porsche. There he is, the 25 car of Robin Strychik, the Porsche, got by Adam Christodoulou, but Dennis being absolutely ruthless here in traffic as he heads up towards Hua Act. And look at that, just nicks past the Heusinkveld Audi in time and pulls a vital couple of car lengths to Seppinen. That is classic Nürburgring racing. Could not get it anywhere else, and Dennis really just using that decisive nature in traffic. Brilliant to watch.
That is smart. That's some good driving by Phil Dennis right there. That's one reason why Mara are known to be one of the most important teams in this entire championship, because they can do things like that. And I think you said it perfectly in the last round of the series, Peter. It's more than anything just the way you handle traffic that gets you paid as an NLS driver. That is what Phil Dennis is doing so well right now. With Landgraf, they have a bit of a tough task though. They need to get that perfect run heading into dotting the hood so that they can get past that Marlin. Once they are past that Marlin, it can become a bit tricky for them to pass because the Mercedes is just so wide.
Yeah, it's a big car, is that Mercedes, but also interesting. I was chatting to Kevin Estre about his victory here in the Nürburgring 24-hour in 2021, and he was saying, following, there is quite a bit of dirty air comes out the back of these GT3 cars, so it makes it quite difficult to follow the car in front, particularly coming out of Galgenkopf, trying to get that run onto the Dottinger Ho. And he said that particularly the Mercedes, he said following the Mercedes, and he said, I'll quote exactly, he says it's a disaster, a really difficult car to follow, mainly because of its girth, really. So that's something that they have to work on the setup to try and make that as comfortable as it can be as well. So battle going on in SP10 amongst the BMWs. The leading BMW at the moment is RN Vision STS Team GT4. That's it, just up at the front of the shot there. And then a little bit further behind, you've got they're split by that WNSE Motorsport Porsche, the yellow and black and white machine. And then it's Ringfazart Sim Racing, the green and black, and AMC Sigma, the yellow and black. So BMWs at the moment is sitting in 6th in SP10 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Porsche. So SP10 still the playing ground of Porsche. Now, not so in SP9, because the sheer grunt there of the Landgraf Mercedes of Elias Seppinen allowed the pass there, Simil, to get past Phil Dennis and into second spot.
Told you. That's what was going to happen. If you do have a Mercedes, you do have a half-decent gun on any other car heading into the Dottinger herd, you just are going to get that position. But it's, again, just like being surrounded by a couple of mosquitoes in the night. The Porsche will just keep buzzing in your ears. It'll just want to get past. I can imagine how frustrating it might be for any Mercedes driver to look into the mirror at any time during a lap like this. And Elias Seppinen has his work cut out right now, seriously, because Marlon and Phil Dennis, they are on the run right now. They will irritate him to the point that they will get that position back. It's going to be a fun battle this week. Good for us.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder if Phil Dennis will now revert back to the strategy he did when he was behind Norbert Kiss before he had his sort of half spin. I wonder now they'll just go, okay, that's fine, I'll sit behind you and use that slipstream and just save that little bit of extra fuel. Now, more messages coming through from Race Control, thick and fast. The 353, that's one of our SP10 cars, given the drive-through penalty. That's the G-Force Experience Esports Porsche, running quite far down the order, so they getting bad to worse there. In Cup 2 for the Porsche Cup cars, well, Zach Campbell showing his credentials, 8 seconds ahead of the Team 75 Bernhard car of René Osterkamp. More coming in from Race Control. They're investigating number 488 in the SP3T class. That is the Alemannia Aachen car, which is out of contention now in the pits. So any penalty there to that car will be a bit inconsequential. But of course, that was the car that made the mistake and cleared out the BS and Team Windward cars.
Correct, and that's the incident under investigation, specifically the accident with BS competition. But I don't know. I don't think that crash deserves a penalty of sorts, doesn't it? Because it's the Nürburgring. Things will go wrong for lap traffic, and sometimes the other faster cars will come in the way and eventually get hit. So I don't know. In my opinion, that shouldn't quite be a penalty. But Race Control will look at it properly and understand every single element to it to see whether that should get a penalty or not for the Alemannia Esports car. But if it is, it's the second one in the day, and that is only going to make their tasks even more complicated. But I like what I see, Peter, right now. Now, I like to see BMWs ahead of Porsches, and the Porsches being made to work hard for the position. That is what we're seeing right now with the case of RM Vision WMS Motorsport. And seriously, this battle will just be so distinct because the BMW big power-based machine, and see how the Porsche is struggling in that particular category. But then it gets a run. It gets a big run.
Yeah, the Porsche, needs the draft of the car in front on the straight bits, particularly in that section we've just gone through, up the Kesselchen, because it's not quite got the straight line power, but what it does have, and it's particularly because of that mid-engine layout that the Porsche 718 came in, is the balance and the very good high speed and much better aero as well, I think. It's just a very, very well set up car for this circuit. Maybe on a Monza or a Montreal, perhaps the BMW would be a little bit closer, but here at the Nordschleife, it really suits that little 718 Cayman GT4. Confirmation from Race Control, no further action between the cars 488 and number 189 as well. So that is, as you rightly said, smelt for BS competition and for Alemannia Aachen, just an unfortunate error, but no malice or anything like that. So no further action. And to be honest, it wouldn't make a difference because both of those cars are way down the order after that crash. So just coming about halfway through lap 5 at the front of SP9, Josh Rogers leads by 3.7 seconds from Elias Seppinen. In fact, Seppinen last time by Smil 0.3 of a second quicker than Rogers, perhaps by virtue of the draft from Dennis along the Dottinger hole.
Exactly. He is making the best use of that, and they naturally have to, right? That's what Denez has to do to get that position up ahead. Otherwise, it will take really boring. And passing the Mercedes on really tight corners, not something I would advise anyone to do. Case in point, just ask our leader, Joshua Rogers, who had this big incident a couple of rounds ago that potentially cost Coanda the championship, because had they had a win over there, imagine how that would have revitalized their season. But well, it's something, right? They are dominating right now. They could get that first win of the season right here. A bit too late.
Yes, well, this is the thing, and trying to make up the points is so difficult as well. When you're not in victory lane, the points really do drop off quite dramatically. So let's see how it shakes out over the course of the day. So you're watching here the Happy Racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. We hope you're enjoying all of the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream. And let us know where you're watching in the world. What are you eating? What are you drinking? And who is your pick for the win at SP9? The order has definitely been shaken up quite a bit. And some very high-profile retirements already. BS Competition and Volkenhorst both dropping out of contention in SP9. So it's not been a good day for BMW fans so far today. As whoa, and off for the Porsche there. Oh, it just clips the wall ever so slightly. And very, very close. Civilian has then lost the tail of those BMWs.
Oh my word. That's what happens. The slightest of error, and eventually that Porsche has to start its work back up all over again. This will be a bit of a tricky task for them now, getting back to the BMWs. But they can do it because next few corners, the next segment of the track is one completely full of high-speed corners where the Porsche can benefit. And look at the time they've already gained up in a matter of a couple of corners. WNS will have to do the hard work again, but it's not like they've lost too much time, just a couple of places to gain.
Great battles there in SP10. Now, back at the front in SP9, Phil Dennis clinging on by his fingernails now. There won't be any fuel saving going on here as he tries to keep on touch with Elias Sepinen using every last rev that 4-litre flat 6 motor will give him in the back of that Porsche, and just dragging little bits and pieces there from Elias Sepinen, but certainly not getting enough of a run to make a move. So Phil Dennis just trying to stay in touch then with Elias Sepinen, who is threatening to pull away and set off in hot pursuit of Joshua Rogers. We're going to have all of the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream of this 3-hour race. Don't go anywhere.
Herzlich willkommen. Auf den Gewinner wartet ein großes Preisgeld.
Cut! Mittagspause!
Willst du wissen, wer gewinnt? Dann hol dir Giga TV. Da ist jetzt Netflix inklusive.
Alle Spieler zum Set.
Für nur 19,99 €.
Das volle Programm mit bis zu 2500 Filmen auf Abruf. Giga TV, jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the Happy Racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. Peter Mackay here alongside Sunil Arora in the commentary box for this LEGO Technic live stream. The cars on screen, this is the battle for SP9's second position at the moment. Elias Seppinen in the Manfilter Team Landgraf Mercedes AMG. Phil Dennis in the Mala Porsche number 91. Very closely contested at the moment, but out front, Joshua Rogers, who leads by 3.9 seconds. And if I were a betting man, Sunil, I would think that we might see some SP9 cars coming onto pit road pretty soon.
Yep, exactly. It's nearly about time for them to come in for their first pit stops, and that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to see if some team can go longer. Normally we've seen teams go for 6 laps, but sometimes teams are able to save a maniacal amount of fuel and able to go for 7. So I want to see if there's someone doing a similar strategy, but seemingly from the looks of things so far, everyone's putting in some pretty handy timings, and DS competition are down, walking off are down, there's 2 big names taken off, but I wish someone just pulls a rabbit out of their hat, tries some sort of fuel-saving gamble and spices this race up to a level that is just ridiculous, because so far it has been one of the most chaotic starts we've had in this season.
It's certainly been mixed up, that's for sure, and we might well see it get more mixed up as well with the success penalties. Of course, these 2 cars on screen right now, the Landgraf Mercedes and the Mala Porsche. The thing is, the Landgraf Mercedes have got a 30-second success penalty to serve at the pit stop by virtue of their race win last time out. Of course, last time out, the Mala Porsche had to do that because of their win in round 2 of the championship. So it's all part of the challenge here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and it's the same for everyone, of course. So they're coming up to Poa now, one of the, well, it is the highest point on the Nordschleife circuit, and then all of a sudden you duck down the absolute roller coaster through Wippelmann and down towards Espach.
Just love it. Just love the way the cars glide over this particular section. And as I said glide, Marla just tried to change my perception because they went over a curb and hopped onto the top of that. But just look at the Porsche. Now, we aren't quite supposed to be biased as commentators, but seeing the Porsche dart around here, Peter, it's something, right? It is some sight. But again, they have different strengths. The Mercedes definitely faster on the straight, and we have seen Mercedes win multiple races so far this year. But just for the aesthetic of it, I don't think anything beats a Porsche 911 GT3R in this particular series racing at the Nürburgring. It's just something.
Well, it's a fascinating one. I mean, in 2021, it was a golden year, really, for Porsche on the Nordschleife, with lots of wins in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series races, particularly those before the Nürburgring 24-hour, with Fricadelli getting a win, Manthey Racing getting a win as well, and then, of course, Manthey Racing going on to win the Nürburgring 24-hour. So it was very much a golden year, but in 2020, it was a pretty terrible year for Porsche. They really just could not get the pace of the Mercedes and indeed the BMW M6. So who will dominate the ring this year? Well, no one ever really dominates, but who will be what will be the manufacturer that goes home with the silverware in 2022? Well, we shall see. The great thing is, Sunil, what I love about all of the racing on the Nürburgring is that you have live and free coverage here on YouTube on the channel, so you can watch some of the best motor racing in the world for absolutely nothing, which you can't see that in some other categories, shall we say.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. I love how accessible it is for the NMS. You just tune in, log on, watch, and if I'm not mistaken, Peter, we also get to hear your voice over there as well, so that makes it an extra special bit for me.
Occasionally, yes. Occasionally I had the privilege of commentating on the 2021 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and a couple of NLS races as well, NLS 5 and 6. We had a double header back in July where myself and Peter Snowden covered the action, and it really was fantastic. Some super battles, and really this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series has done the organising team have done a super job to replicate what is a really unique series, a unique racetrack, of course, to replicate the drama of NLS as much as possible. We've done a super job in doing that. Now, we've got a pit party. SP9 cars are all down on pit lane. Joshua Rogers, Ryan Barneveld from Mala Racing Team, Team BMW Bank, all of the leading SP9 cars all on pit road at the moment. So Phil Dennis has hopped out of the Mala Racing Porsche. Ryan Barneveld has got on board. Bruno Spengler has got out of the Team BMW Bank car, with Kai Kushube getting on board that machine as well. Elias Seppinen appears to have stayed on board the Team Landgraf car, as has Norbert Kiss. No, I tell a lie. Luca Kita has just got on board from Elias Seppinen in the Team Landgraf machine. But Norbert Kiss staying in the car for now, as things happen, as the pit stops cycle out.
So you have to make 2 compulsory driver changes, or in that case, so they will have to do them later on if they aren't quite. But again, the timing for your real-world drivers, they need to have at least 1 hour. And that doesn't matter if it's a continuous 1 hour or an uninterrupted 1 hour. So we do end up seeing quite a fair bit of variation in the way teams have to go about with their real-world driver time filling, in a way. So there's that.
Also, what I find fascinating as well is we've seen, throughout this championship, they're usually, for the SP9 cars, there's 3 pit stops normally, and, or certainly if there's any more than that, something's gone wrong. But 3 pit stops is usually the number they go to. But we've seen, Samil, haven't we? We've seen where they're not all the same time. You've got to serve effectively a short pit stop at some point and a long pit stop at another point, and the differences between when teams serve that has been fascinating to watch.
I honestly think so, Peter, because many times we've seen a couple of teams go for their shorter stop in the first one, so they artificially have a bit of an advantage in the middle part of the stint, but then another team comes up and gets that shorter stop in their second stop, and they eventually end up having the advantage. It's been tremendous how things have been working around in that particular case, and I think in certain categories you can have a complete, curveball, which I shall get to later, because Phoenix are making a move, and it's a big one. Getting past someone cleanly at the Dottinger has been a bit of an issue for them so far this year. Can they get it done now, finally?
Oh, big crash now at the Tiergarten when the Team 75 Bernhard and the 205 Phoenix Racing Porsche, 2 of the leading cars, and that just... how many times have we seen cars going side by side at Tiergarten and somehow they get through, but not on this case. And 2 teams with a lot of experience at this race, both from a driving and team management perspective. Phoenix Racing, of course, a real stalwart of the Nürburgring. They're based here. And, well, Team 75 Bernhard, Timo Bernhard, team owner, he knows a thing or two about winning at this circuit. 5-time winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour. But both of those cars hitting the wall hard there.
Yeah, as I mentioned, teams have had a bit of a tough time getting past others at the Dottinger Her. Last time it was a green Porsche in the... my apologies, it was... just have to remember, it was German Sim Racing who had a crash at the Dottinger Her in a similar circumstance. This time again, it's a green Porsche, but it's not them. And it's crazy. It's supposed to be the easiest thing in the world, right? Driving in a straight line and not crashing. But in the heat of the battle, things go wrong, and they go wrong really fast, Peter. So that's 2 races in a row where we have seen an incident like this one. And I don't think it's just stopping anytime soon. Teams and drivers are really getting intense now in this part of the year.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's for sure. Well, interestingly, in the SP9 category, we've seen a couple of teams that have thrown the dice and have taken a slightly shorter stop to vault themselves up into contention. Adam Christodoulou for Team Mercedes AMG Team Heusinkveld. He's now up in 4th position after taking a slightly shorter stop, about 5 or 6 seconds less in the pit box, so just a little bit less fuel on board, and that has allowed him, he's in fact taken 10 seconds less time in the pit stop than Robin Strycek, who of course he was battling away with furiously in that Porsche, the Sim Racing Academy Porsche. So there's a few teams that have rolling the dice a little bit. Team M&J, quite a shortish stop for them as well. And now for Norbert Kiss, however, different story. Of course, Norbert Kiss for Team HRT, he's in 8th at the moment, and interestingly is sitting 32 seconds back from Joshua Rogers. However, of course, had to serve a 20-second pit stop penalty in there as well, Sumil. So I wonder, yes, Team HRT have had to take their early pit stop now because, of course, that's when they were serving their penalty as well. So they've not got that kind of joker up the sleeve anymore.
Correct, absolutely correct. And which means, and this means actually they've dropped down to P number 6, which is all right. I think they were only P number 5 right before this whole kerfuffle of the pit stop started. So it's not too bad with the success penalties for them, but the difference in their pit stops has come from a difference in fueling, Peter. Persing will have significantly underfueled in relation to the other ones, which makes me wonder, have they been saving up quite a lot in the first stint, or do they plan to do quite a fair bit of that in this particular one? Let's wait and watch, but they've taken in far lesser fuel than the likes of Sim Racing Academy Black behind them. Then, of course, M&G Performance as well, who've also got for a bit of an underfueling stint. So let's wait and watch how it goes on. But Coanda, Mahler, BMW, all very similar in terms of the amount of fuel they've taken. So no issues over there.
Quite right, yes. Just a little bit less time in the lane for Mahler Racing Team, about 2 seconds less than the Coanda Simport Porsche. Now that, I think that will come down to fuel saving. That was Phil Dennis being under the rear bumper of Mercedes for most of that opening stint. So it's game on at the front. Now it's interesting because Coanda are race leaders. They have one mode and that's winning, but they have not had the best of times in this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. They've had unbelievable pace, but they haven't quite been able to get the results. Now they're in the position to get that result. They're at the moment leading by 3.3 seconds from Mahler Racing Team. But here's the question, Samil, of course. Mahler Racing Team are in the championship fight. Coanda are not as well. So I think Mahler would rather if Coanda were there at this moment.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and the fun part is, Coanda could be getting that penalty for not having enough real-world drivers in their team. So there is that. And this could mean that Mahler could be propelled up to P number 1, which would mean, ideally, Mahler going up to the top of the standings. And wasn't it strange, Peter? We thought that Mahler should have won the first couple of rounds, and they finally could win this one in the most outrageous of circumstances, with a whole host of incidents happening to all the other teams. I don't know, but Mahler's throughout have just been the most consistent team in this whole championship, and these little things add up eventually. What if they win here today?
Well, if Mahler were to win and Team HRT say came in 5th, which would still be a good result with the success penalty they've had to serve, they would be tied on points going into the final round of the championship. So at the moment, Team HRT, our championship leaders, are in 8th and Mahler are in 2nd. So Mahler really do need to win today because although they are ahead of Team HRT, they need the winner's points. The bounty for winning is the points really ratchet down as you go down the order. So Mahler really need to try and overhaul Coanda, but with an informed Joshua Rogers at the wheel, that's going to be quite an effort.
Yeah, exactly. But there is one thing to keep into account for considering Coanda. Rogers will get tired beyond the point. He's only human, right? We all get tired after sitting on a desk for 3 or 4 hours eventually. And Rogers is, I think, doing a harder job than us because he's driving consistently, having to go past lap traffic, having to manage strategy, having to consider and to construct this whole race by himself. He will get tired beyond the point. He's only human. That is where Mahler and BMW Bank could ideally capitalize when he drops off a couple of tenths here and there per lap on the final part of this race. That is where you could see some changes happening. Oh, what's happening here though? I thought for a second that HRT once again spun up their rear end, but no, they were going fine. It's just a car behind them that had a bit of an error. Weird visual, that.
Yeah, we've got a Mercedes train here. Team HRT getting past the M&J Performance and the Windward machine as well. So good to see that the number 57 Team Windward Mercedes has not been too badly hampered by that really unfortunate incident on the Kesselchen. Of course, BS competition, they were wiped out of contention of that, but Windward have got away with it, and they're still carrying a little bit of damage, but they are in the fight. So Team HRT now up to 6th all of a sudden, and they're only 31 seconds from the lead. and with a few cars in front of them that they would likely get past. So Team HRT once again just delivering exactly, maximising every situation, and that's why they lead this championship at the moment.
Haven't they taken a piece out of Team Hurtingwell's strategy? Because I think Hurtingwell had something very similar in the last race in the SP3T category, because they had a big accident, some would say on their own, and they catapulted from that to such an extent that they won this race by 20 seconds. So making the best out of a bad situation is something that you've got to do in the case of an endurance race, because let's be honest, there is lap traffic, there is such a tight circuit, there's driver fatigue, there's so many elements that can go wrong. Just how do you bounce back from it decides whether you're a champion or someone stuck in team number 4 or 5, and this is something that HRT are doing rather well today. Top marks to kiss. If their teammates could give them a kiss, I think they would.
They might want to, yes, indeed. As the leaders in the Porsche Cup category are now coming to pit lane. Zach Campbell, after yet another flawless first stint, put the car on pole by a margin and then just sort of pulled away relentlessly in the opening 7 laps. And so he's in to pit lane right now, followed in by IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup, number 269, WS Motorsport, Leipert, Esports as well, all coming in to take their initial service. And what we've seen actually, Samil, this Porsche 992 Cup car is so impressive as you see the slipstream that the Deutsche Payment car is getting from the Phoenix machine here on the Dottinger Ho, is that, you know, this car is so impressive that it's able to finish, certainly in the case of the podium finishers, is able to finish on the same lap as the SP9 cars.
Yeah, it's mighty fast. I think when the car initially was tested, we were all just shocked to see how much quicker it was than its predecessor. And it genuinely is such a beast of a car. This one, totally worth it if you're a customer, right? The kind of speed that you're getting. And if it's, let's say, a uniform class that this one often tends to race into, then you're just going to get some great racing and some great speed as well. So I'm a total fan of this one. And let's be honest, Peter, this car has produced some of the best racing in this championship so far. We have so many memorable battles and such versatility. It's only a shame that Asher had that crash early on, otherwise we could see them in a high field as well, and this just would have made it the undisputed king of entertainment in this category, in this championship.
Yeah, certainly the finish in the Cup 2 category, although it looked like it was for the win, but it was for second place with David Williams already up the road. But the battle for the victory last time out was quite exceptional in the Cup 2 category. Peter Bonk performance finishing in second there as well. Now, this is the battle at the front of the field for SP10. So Maxim Ramstein for Core Sim Racing led early on, but dropped back to second position, but not by much. Pascal Stix now at the wheel of the Core Sim Racing Porsche, chasing down the Team RSO machine of Niels Carstensen, who has got a slightly better run there through the Caracciola carousel. And this is, for me, Cyril, this has been the closest battle of the season, really, in any class. Between RSO and Core, it's just nothing to separate them. So, Fuanda Simsport lead then by 2 seconds in the SP9 category. Now we're getting an investigation coming in at the moment, number 340 and number 404. So that's Team Heusingveld in SP3T, and 340, which is ERC by FSP BMW. They're both being investigated for something to do with blue flag. It was in German there, Samil. So, but my German's good enough to know that there was something about blue flag in that.
Okay, that's very interesting. So it must have been a lap traffic kind of incident in a funny little place on the circuit. So let's wait and watch to see what the stewards have in mind for that one. But coming back to the point you introduced early on about these two guys, Peter, it's funny. It really is funny because you've been so right about that. There's been nothing to separate these two cars on the track. But that's the point, only on the track. In terms of points, there is easily, 27 minus 41 is 37, 14 points, the difference between the two. And the difference comes with RSO just having one bad round. The second round of the season, they had a bit of a shocker, involved in a couple of incidents here and there, and suddenly they are 14 points behind a car, but they've only been separated by a couple of hundreds at the best of times. It's ridiculous how one bad round can completely derail a championship.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, just ask Mala. Mala Porsche would be right in there in the championship battle, but they've got work to do today. This is a big day for the Mala Porsche crew for certain. In fact, the battle between Core Sim Racing and Team RSO in SP10, if Core Sim Racing were to win and Team RSO didn't get on the podium, they could actually put an insurmountable gap before we even reach the last round. So Core Sim Racing could effectively become provisional champions today in SP10, but isn't that funny how on pace they've been absolutely inseparable? But yeah, like you say, execution has been the big difference. Battle on screen now is the LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini. Going to hold off the rapid Team Landgraf Mercedes of Luca Kita. Luca Hartog driving the Lamborghini Huracan LEGO Technic machine. Of course, LEGO Technic are one of our major sponsors here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And you can even get a LEGO Technic replica of this car, effectively. So, in this very colour, in this very distinctive Lamborghini green as well. And look at that mirror signal manoeuvre. Team Landgraf Mercedes using that Halfterback muscle. So, there you go. Halfterback muscle is slightly more toned than Bologna muscle.
Yeah. Easily getting past, and that's the power of the Mercedes. But look at the LEGO Technic Esports car. They will have some fight left in them if they can get a run with a little bit of draft heading into turn number 1. But that has to be the best place to pass the Mercedes, because then you can just kind of chain them up into the corners, which is what many teams have done so far. But Landgraf, they should have been higher, shouldn't they? They really don't feel right in being on the hill. Something feels off to see them here.
Well, a 30-second penalty will do that. Of course, they've had to serve a 30-second success penalty, spending a minute and a half in the pit lane, and of course their rivals just under a minute. So that's where that's come from. So they're basically on the fight back. It's virtually impossible to win 2 races in a row here in this championship because of the success penalty system. So Team Windward Mercedes, they're up to 7th place. This has been a great fight back after an unfortunate incident which couldn't have been avoided for that crew. But at the moment with Loma on board right now, so they did a driver change early on. Daniel Juncadella hopping out and Loma hopping in. Alexei Eloma from Finland. So there's definitely a Finnish flair in the Windward crew. And of course Jack Sedgwick waiting in the wings as well in that car, and we know, Sunil, just how quick Jack is.
He is amazing on the sim. I think even the last time out he was super consistent. That really helped Windward get a good result in that last race. But yeah, it's just a matter of the present day. What can you do on the very day? And right now they are in a bit of a sticky circumstance where they have to get something out of this particular race. And that is going to be some challenge for Jack Sedgwick coming in towards the very end. Actually, speaking of drivers coming in at the very end, I've got a piece of news coming up that I was really shocked to see the driver list. Danny Gieser for Team HRT, their trusted finisher, who's got them through the first round of the season with a big win. He's not going to be racing today. It's only 2 drives with HRT, and Danny is not going to be the third one in the car to the very end. So effectively, that's why Norbert Kiss is going long, because Florian Denzel has to pick up in the mid part of the race and take it right down to the very end. Will that change the technique and the strategy of HRT, because Danny was such a good finisher at the end?
I think they've just got fantastic depth in their lineup. There is no weak links in their lineup at all. I think Florian will fill in that position very well. They really have been the most consistent performer and are rewarded with a championship lead at the moment. As in true SP9 fashion, liberal use of the headlight flasher to poor SP10 cars going, I'm trying my best, I'm absolutely flat out here as well, go around me please. And he does. Oh, there you go. That's what can happen if you rush. Oh, the SP10 Porsche does a super job to kind of gather it up, but the SP9 cars also do a good job to get by. But that's the thing, is if you intimidate and rush the slower class cars, they can make errors, and that was a close one there. That could have gone horribly wrong.
It's like meeting a cat for the first time, right? You don't want to go really hard and really aggressive and make them hiss and twist or maybe scratch you. You just want to be nice and peaceful. Show your sign of intent that you're friendly. And if they're in a good mood, you can maybe get friends with them. Yeah. So what?
So there you go. If you flash your lights, you're guaranteed to get clawed as well. But oof, that really was a close one there. That could have wiped out several machines. But ironically, that's one of the very few places on the circuit, Adenauer Force, where there is actually some runoff, and luckily there was. It's Adenauer Force and Poitrac, really the only two places where there's any sort of runoff whatsoever on this Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit. Now, these two cars have been glued together all race long. Adam Christodoulou in the Heusinkveld Mercedes and Robin Strycek in the Sim Racing Academy Porsche. Now, interestingly, the Robin Strycek-driven Porsche had 10 seconds longer in the pit, so they are kind of net ahead, if you like, because they've got that long stop out the way, Sumil. They've pulled that gap back to Christodoulou, and Christodoulou, I think, is maybe just playing it clever here as well. He's going to the inside line, heading up towards the curve.
Oh, that's great.
That's someone who knows the circuit inside out, but then, of course, so does Robin Strycek.
That is brave. That genuinely is brave right there. But good that they are able to make it out cleanly, because I had no expectations of that particular one. It'll be tricky to continue this battle throughout the end of the lap, but Strycek is looking racy. He seems to have the faster car. It's just this matter. The Mercedes is a big machine. Just where do you get past? Plus it's Adam Christodoulou, right? So it makes it a little bit extra harder, because he's got such great knowledge about the whole circuit. In fact, I think he's a Nürburgring 24-hour winner, isn't he, from 2016?
Yes, he is. Yes, with Black Falcon, which is now really, Black Falcon name still rolls on, but really kind of morphed into the Haupt Racing Team, Team HRT. But Robin Strycek not finding it easy here to get past Christodoulou. And of course, once we get onto the Dottinger hole, that Mercedes has got some real grunt, so it's going to be Robin Strycek really having to push on hard here. And what about tyres? Well, we should see most of the teams with their pit stops just taking fuel at the first stop. So these tyres are now going to start getting past their best now after an hour and 10 minutes in this condition. And just looking at track temperature. Track temperature stayed pretty steady, Sumil, 32.2. Just not too excessively warm, but you don't want it to warm up anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually dipped down a couple of degrees since the start of the race, so it's slightly easier for the drivers to manage their cars now in relation to when it actually began. So good on them. That's all right. It just makes their job a little bit easier. But as we've seen so far, tyres unfortunately haven't quite been the major determining factor in terms of strategy. It's primarily been fuel and how to save it. But Robin Strycek, he just does not seem to be in a mood for saving. This is where it comes in handy to have a wide car, because you might just cut out time in terms of fuel saving, but you have to get past some of these cars, and that is such an underrated challenge here at the Nürburgring, considering the quality of these drivers. Track position should not be taken for granted at all.
Certainly not. Well, just a quick update on the Cup 2 categories. Zach Campbell leads by 8 seconds from Stefan Moser in the IES Sim Racing Schweiz car, with WSE Motorsport right behind, just a second behind in third. And it looks like on screen here, Adam Christodoulou has got a great run out of Galgenkopf, and actually might even be just picking up an ever so slight draft from the Team HRT car, but Strycek using every last rev in the box in that little Porsche. Just can't he get himself alongside. Now we know the Porsche is good under braking, but Christodoulou, look at that racecraft. Just sticks the car exactly where it needs to be. You've got to think that Strycek's temperature will be getting higher and higher and higher, knowing that he just cannot seem to get past Christodoulou, and now Christodoulou's saying, right, I'm picking my line, I'm going to the inside. No, he's decided to leave the door open as well. As Strycek looks like he's got a good run down. And is he going to make that move into turn one? Yes, he is, using the braking performance of that Porsche. Finally can use the attributes of a machine, gets the move done. That was the Kenk's move, Semil.
Very nice, and I like the fact that Robin Strycek was aggressive, but he just didn't quite overdo it. Because, I mean, most of us, right, when we lose our position, we tend to go bonkers, we drive the car like crazy, and we know that this position might be ours because we're faster, but just to hold on to your nerves until you actually get it done is quite something. That's what Robin Strycek has done. Waited for the right moment and reminded everyone why he is a certified pro. Next car up for him, though, is Norbert Kiss. Can he get another Mercedes, Peter, in the space of another lap?
Well, I think catching Norbert Kiss might be a taller order. Of course, our pole sitter today, so certainly on it. Update on TCR. Well, Course and Racing, they've got a bit of room to catch up. They've definitely had the edge over Team Heusingveld on pace, but again, same story. Haven't been able to put the points together in the races. However, they lead by 11 seconds from Team Heusingveld. So Course and Racing from Team Heusingveld in the TCR category. With Low Grip Racing, they're only 2 seconds behind Heusingveld in third position as well. So we quickly run through your SP9 order. Coanda Simsport lead with Joshua Rogers by 3.3 seconds from the Mala Racing Porsche of Ryan Barneveld. Team BMW Bank Kai Kashubi in third. Team HRT Mercedes up into fourth. What a super performance from them, serving their success penalty already. Sim Racing Academy Black are fifth, followed by 3 Mercedes AMGs, Heusingveld and Landgraf, and Team Winward. So, this is interesting for Team HRT, Semil. This is exactly where they want to be. If they are able to finish in fourth spot, they would be in for a reasonable haul of points. They would score 6 points if they were able to do that. So that would effectively ensure their position at the top of the championship, even if Mala were able to win. They've got an 11-point gap to Mala at the moment. So I just don't think that they're finished with their march so far.
And you know the best part for them? Even if they finish in P4, apart from just having the championship lead, they also will not get a success penalty in the next round. And that could be critical because remember, next round is the final race of the season. And once you get a success penalty, you get dropped down into some part of the midfield with big gaps, and it becomes very hard to fight back from there. If they finish P4, that is perfect. HRT can win the race and gun for podiums. And they, of course, they can win every single race, right? But it gives them the access to gun for podiums, which they otherwise wouldn't quite do if they had a success penalty. So win-win, double win.
It is, and of course, on the other side of that coin, it's a great point, Semil, because Mala, they have to win. They've got no other option. If they
exactly
for them to win, of course, that then gives them a 30-second success penalty to serve in the last round, making the job a little bit tougher. That incident in that very first race at the final corner between Phil Dennis and Danny Giosa, that could be critical. I mean, all the races of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series are available on YouTube. The channel you're watching, you'll just click on the videos tab and scroll down. We raced at the beginning of November for the first time in this championship, or in this season, I should say. And go and have a look there. Oh, Christodoulou loses it. Christodoulou loses it coming through Brideshide. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, Adam, good flick turn though. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now, who was that? That was the Landgraf car right behind, who had to get right on the brakes and almost had to come to a complete stop there. Oh, Adam Christodoulou. That's a rare error.
It's the second Mercedes that's had a bit of a tricky incident here. It's the second one today. And the fun fact is, Peter, you mentioned at the top of the show that the Mercedes is a tricky car. It could get out of hand. It could lose itself very easily. And that's the second one that's had an incident like that one. What a shame, because Hustingville were having such an amazing day. Same place, isn't it, Peter?
No, it's a little bit further along, but you're right, it's the same style of mistake. It just maybe clicking a gear down, maybe just the car coming around maybe a symptom of tyre wear, possibly. We are an hour and 20 minutes into this race, and this circuit really does put the tyres through their paces. That's why so many tyre manufacturers use this circuit to develop tyres for the road and for the racetrack. And the thing I love about the real world Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is that you have an open tyre formula, so tyre manufacturers can come and take part. This series sponsored by Goodyear tyre, and of course we use this circuit as well for development of their rubber. Well. That was almost a triple whammy there for Mercedes-AMG, because with Christodoulou spinning the hoisting belt car, nearly took the Landgraf and Windward machine with them, but luckily they all managed to avoid any problem. So that changes things a little bit in the midfield. So Landgraf now up to 6th, Windward 7th, and hoisting belt they're now down in 10th spot. So a costly mistake there for Adam Christodoulou. But back in SP10 here, Semil, still nothing to separate RSO and course and racing.
Indeed. Ah, man. Whenever I think about this back, my mind just goes back to the second race where RSO had a bit of a tough day. Otherwise, imagine this could have been the closest back in the entire championship. And nobody would have complained, because honestly, who doesn't love to watch Ford and RSO fight? What's happened there? Was that another car going into the gravel? From the looks of it, that looks like a Mercedes. That looks like...
Oh no.
Hoisting belt.
Again.
Oh.
Two mistakes. Well, one mistake from Adam Christodoulou is rare, but two. Got plenty of flip turn practice. Oh, and then come through the SP10 cars just about in time. Wowee. So I wonder if the tyres are going. This is maybe now. This of course could affect. Is it a Mercedes issue? Is it that car is putting more stress through its tyre, possibly? You know,
It could very well be. It could be that the car has just become a bit too loose, and in this sense, it's becoming a bit hard to drive for the drivers. Or maybe because the drivers think that they've understood it, maybe they're trying to go a bit too harder on them because they've got 4 races worth of experience, and so they're trying their hardest to get the best out of their car. And sometimes it's leading to mistakes like this one. It could be anything. We have to speak to the drivers to get a better idea about that. But one Mercedes is doing fine. That's the Landgraf. Even after a success penalty, they are climbing their way up, and that is nice to see.
certainly is. Forget as well is that Team Landgraf as well. They're part of that three-way tie for third position. They're on 16 points. Whereas the championship leaders, Team HRT, are on 27. So Landgraf have got an outside chance of this as well. And of course, have served their success penalty too. So let's see what they can do in this race. They're in 5th spot at the moment with a really for me this has been the best performance by the Sim Racing Academy car. Robin Strycek has really been on it today, Sibyl.
He has. I've loved it. I have absolutely loved to watch him race today, because otherwise it can tend to become a bit of an insurance ride for some drivers back in the here and there. Not him. He does not do anything quite like that. It's amazing how he's been racing so far, and to be honest with you, Sim Racing Academy Black, considering the year they've had so far, really take this result, right? They've had 5 points in the first one, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth. This just has to be their best result ever in this season if it finishes this way. If that is the case, bravo, what a result it's been for them.
I'm just getting a replay here of the Goodyear look on the Team RSO 397 car. I think that they have, it's still leading the class on my timing screen, but has Pascal Sticks absolutely on the tail in the course of racing SP10 Porsche. So yeah, very, very tight indeed in SP10. But at the front of the field in SP9, ever so slightly, quietly nipping away Mallet Racing Porsche. Ryan Barneveld has just been snipping, a 1/10 of a second here, maybe a couple of tenths there, and has just closed the gap down to Joshua Rogers for Coanda Simsport. The gap at the front of the field now is only 1.6 seconds, about a third of the way through the lap. So if Barneveld is able to just get a few more tenths over the rest of the lap, he could then catch the draft of Joshua Rogers when they reach the Dottinger pole. So this is game on at the front of the field. It was a 7:52.1 for Mala last time by, and Coanda 7:53.3, so 1.2 seconds Ryan Barneveld was able to take out of our race leader Joshua Rogers last time by. Niels Carstensen for SP10 in the lead for Team RSO, doing a super job right now. You've got to be so efficient in your driving style in these cars, Phil, don't you? They don't have an enormous amount of power for the weight of them. They're relatively heavy for race cars because they're so close to the real world machine, or to the street machine, sorry. You know, you've really got to keep that momentum up. It's tough.
It absolutely is. And this car, well, we call it to be stable, we call it to be amazing around the corners, but let's be honest, it's a very tricky car to drive. We might think that, the Porsche, it can dance around the corners, but a slight bit of adjustment on the balance, and if you're just not vigilant enough, this car will bite. So it takes a completely different style to race this, and I've got the greatest respect for the drivers who are able to drive this one and also are able to be fast in other cars as well, because it's a completely different approach of racing this, and it's like walking on thin ice. It's very dangerous, but if you do it, it's amazing. The feeling you get is quite something, and that Porsche is just like that. Spectacularly hard to drive, but if you can ace it, the rewards, as you can clearly see, are outstanding. Way ahead of the BMWs. It's not like a competition at all in GT4s, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely has been. There have been plenty of efforts to get the BMW into the performance window, but it really hasn't been possible to match this Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. For the new version of the car has come out, the RS. Very cool. Now, what has happened to Niels Carstensen as we're heading up the hill now and then down towards Esbach? And this is normally this would be a very heavily populated area with spectators, but virtual spectators there on the left-hand side. Okay, there's something odd going on with our feed at the moment, but Niels Carstensen still showing as the leader at the moment over course and racing, according to my timing screen.
I know what's happening, Peter. It's like the Matrix, the worlds are changing or something.
Yes. Was it Y2K? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Y2K, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, there you go. This is live pictures now, and this matches up. About 0.4 of a second separates Team RSO number 397 and Team 303 for Sim Racing. Very good battle here between Niels Carstensen and Pascal Stix. But at the front of the field, the gap is now down to under a second in SP9 at the top of the shop. So Barneveld now, with 3/4 of the lap done, he's now getting really close to Rogers. Now, question is, Emil, he's catching him at quite a rate, but question is whether Ryan Barneveld will try and make an effort to push past Joshua Rogers, or whether he'll sit there and try and play the fuel game, because they're only just over, there'll be one more lap and then they'll come to pit road for their pit stops.
Good point, this one. So I suppose he might fuel save a little bit, because Marlow had slightly underfueled by a very tiny margin, that is. So let's see if they have done a fair bit of fuel saving in the first part, then to compensate. But if they haven't, then I suppose this would be the time where Marlow would fuel save. But I'll be honest with you, it would be a bit of a shame if we didn't see this mature into something big heading into the pit window, right? I think Marlow would have done the fuel saving early on, and they would be waiting for this moment so that they can attack and put the pressure on Coanda as they head into the pits. Gap right now, it went down into 0.3 of a second for a little bit. So they are getting closer. I think Marlow have plotted this out. It's all a part of their L plan, if you can call it that way.
Yes, well, we'll see what Marlow Racing Team can do. René Kirchhoff. Here we go. We've got a drag race on the Dottinger hole, and Ryan Barneveld puts his nose ahead of Joshua Rogers, so fuel saving, absolutely not. Marlow Racing Team hit the front here in the Happy Racing 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series presented by Goodyear Tyre, but Rogers, very clever, decides to duck right back into the groove again and tries to go for the slipstream. It's going to be side by side into Tiergarten, and Rogers takes it back.
Outstanding. Outstanding stuff. Barneveld holds on for now, but you get a feeling that he will strike. If he feels safe right now, if he stays behind in the drought and he can feel safe, this will give him a world of benefit when he comes in for the pit stop, because then he can go shorter and get the critical track position on Coanda. Remember, Rogers is going to do the whole race on his own. I don't think that beyond the point his performance level will remain the same. So if you can get the track position and frustrate him, you maybe can force him into a couple of errors here and there. This is Mahler's high time now.
Yeah, this is looking good for Mahler Racing Team, although they don't have the lead of the race. Josh Rogers pinched that straight back, but they're in a really good spot where Ryan Barneveld has options here, and I suspect he might just sit on the tail of Joshua Rogers and try to get a little bit of a study as well of the rapid Australian and see, right, when this comes down to the last lap battle, which is looking like it might do, where is Josh Rogers strong? Where is there potentially a weakness where we could exploit? I'm sure Phil Dennis will be watching this on board like a hawk right now, watching exactly where these two machines will be. Of course, yes, they're both in a Porsche 911 GT3R, but they'll both be running their own setups as well. So how have they dialed their cars in? Of course, here at the Nürburgring, Semil, it's not easy to get that car dialed in for every part of the circuit. It's all about that compromise.
Exactly. And let's wait and watch where the Coanda car is compromising, because luckily they've got this chance to go on board with Ryan Barneveld and see where the Mahler car has its strengths in and where the Coanda car is getting better. And this is the fun part, right? Both these drivers always on the edge, and especially Peter, light a few loads at this stage. So this onboard pack could be fantastic to watch.
Interestingly, we've had a few takers in pit lane in SP9. Norbert Kessler, championship leading Team HRT car, comes to pit lane after just 5 laps. M&J Performance Mercedes come in, Team Hoisingveld and LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini. So maybe going for just black timing it to the end of the race. You can pit now and make it to the end of the race on one more stop. So I think that's maybe what they are up to. They're playing a slightly different strategy. And for that reason, we should see Joshua Rogers and Brian Barneveld here come to pit road after this lap. And Barneveld making sure that he keeps the pressure on Rogers. Rogers having to just go that slightly defensive line there, coming into Arenberg as they now fly down towards the foxhole. This is why racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, there is just no substitute for this type of motor racing as well. Nothing matches SP9 racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You've got the best drivers in the world at their discipline on this incredibly challenging circuit. And you can be sure that both of these drivers are, the hearts will be pumping, Sunil.
Exactly, and the best part is we get to do this sort of racing on the sim as well. As if the real world racing wasn't quite enough, right? I love it. I love watching them race. I love watching them dance around the circuit. But are they gaining time in relation to the others? In fact, they are. Collectively, BMW Bank are now just 5 seconds behind Coanda and Mahler. Early on, I think it was around 3.2 or something there or thereabouts. So they are going faster. And this is interesting to see because BMW Bank, well, they haven't been win contenders so far this year, but on their day, they can do quite a lot of good stuff because they've got Kai Kashyap, they've got Bruno Spengler as well. They can be a threat, and just to keep them as far as they possibly can is going to be critical for both these guys.
Now that's interesting there. My eyes may have deceived me, but I think Josh Rogers actually had to get on the brakes there to avoid hitting the back of one of the SP3T cars.
That's
and
right.
I think he took a little bit of damage possibly, I don't know, but effectively just let Ryan Barneveld go there. That is fascinating. So they went through a couple of corners and then very much, there was no contest at all there. Definitely let Ryan Barneveld through and then sits in the draft here on the run up the Kesselchen. Josh Rogers, the tactician here for Coanda, but did he have to get on the brakes there? Unless there may be contact between the pair, I don't know, but here comes Rogers up towards Mutkar, and now look at the run he's got. Look at this. And Barneveld can't do anything about it, and Barneveld says, okay, after you. You take it into Mutkar. Whoa! say, are you moot enough? Yes, I am.
My goodness. So this is interesting. Barneville realized it instantly and let Rogers go past. Well, that is just amazing. Are we looking at something really spectacular? Does no one want to lead this class heading into the pit lane?
Well, it's interesting that so fuel consumption is definitely a thinking point for both of these crews. Both are maybe trying to play the same strategies, but of course only one can. This is fascinating stuff. And all the while this is going on, you mentioned Kai Kashubi a moment ago, Sunil. The gap back to Kashubi is only 3.4 seconds now. And I suspect on this in-lap here, Kashubi could be quite significantly faster than this Porsche pair.
Exactly, because they're fighting. That's why he's closed up around 3/10 of a second in an instant, just because of this whole battle and this whole mess that is going on. He is going to be fighting. You just don't want BMW Team Bank to come into this battle because, well, this just ruins the plans for you guys at the end of the day.
Well, let's see how it shakes out. I mean, Team BMW Bank again, they've been quick, but haven't been able to really mount a championship challenge. So let's see how this is going to come out. This is super stuff. I hope you're enjoying the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream. The Happy Racing 3-hour race, the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear tyre. And Rogers absolutely in his element here as well, battling away with Ryan Barneveld. And Barneveld looking to get the scalp of one of the biggest names in virtual motorsport, Coanda Simsport. And they've got a little bit of traffic to worry about here as well. A couple of SP3T cars as well. Rogers dispatches with, and Barneveld makes it through as well. Then we've got another one coming up towards Galgenkopf now. Again, both get through cleanly as well. Now, who is going to win the drag race along with the Dottinger home? Maybe Rogers just getting a critical few car lengths there, Sunil, coming through Galgenkopf. That's vital.
Interesting. And so this means that the draft will be there, but not to the same effect as Rogers would have wanted. I mean, as Barneveld would have wanted. This for Rogers is fantastic. He can cruise all the way through, and effectively, this is the time that one would gain in the pit lane by having a shorter stop. And Rogers has done that by just capitalizing on the traffic at one critical corner. My word. Now, even if Barneveld goes short, it's hard to imagine that they'll gain that much time in the pit lane so easily without compromising on some sort of fuel strategy. That is good.
Well. Has Rogers been playing us the whole time? Has he been on the fuel save while out in front? Is that why Barneveld was able to pull him in? We shall see. They both come to pit road then. Coanda Simsport from the lead comes in with Ryan Barneveld right on his tail. We transfer to the battle for 5th in SP10. RN Vision STS trying to hold off the Team RSO car of Niels Lawrence. Of course, there is 2 RSO machines, so they've got 2 bullets in the gun. But that 397 car, that has hit problems because that was the formerly second place car, Sunil.
Okay.
Or is it? They've it might be now. I do apologise. They have taken their pit stop course and racing have yet to.
Okay. No, that's why. Interesting. So let's see, and let's keep an eye on how this all cycles out, because eventually RSO were up ahead of RSO, right? So let's wait and watch to see how this one cycles about once we do see the pit window completing. But interesting to see some sort of variations in the pit cycle over here, isn't it?
So we have our answer on if Josh Rogers is doing a solo, and the answer is he is not. Tommy Osgaard has got on board the number 88 Coanda Simsport machine. I remember speaking to Rory Butcher, multiple winner in the British Touring Car Championship, races for Toyota Gazoo Racing, and I remember him telling me how he went to iZone Performance, which is where he does a bit of his training, and they were on the sim, and Tommy was there, and he said he was just blown away by how fast Tommy was on the sim, and how he just couldn't get near. And it just shows you how particular a skill it is to be fast in the simulator as well. So now, interestingly, Mala Racing Team, they keep Ryan Barneveld on board. Team BMW Bank, Kai Kashubi on board. So Tommy Oscar takes over from Joshua Rogers. Luca Kita stays on board the Team Landgraf car after taking over from Elias Sepinen early on. Now, Coanda Simsport are taking quite a long stop here. Are they? It's an unusually long stop here. Problem for Coanda Simsport.
What's going on here, then?
Oh, is it a pit lane speeding penalty?
Don't tell me.
Oh, it might be.
Are they in the box? Because it's a bit strange because we can also see the same picture as you and we can't quite tell if Coanda are stopped in the pit box. They are out, by the way. But have they stopped in their pit box or in the penalty box? That's the important part because if there was some sort of penalty, we're not quite sure about it. Let me check if there was any.
This is fascinating stuff. The 88 Coanda machine.
Oh, minutes.
Yeah, there's I think it's damage. Because...
But there wasn't any visually.
No, I know, and there was nothing wrong with the pace as we saw. But I think that's got something to do with... Well, there's two potentials here. Or the two most obvious are, one, there's been contact with that SP3T car which we saw, and has that caused a problem? The second aspect is that they've been speeding coming into pit lane, and they've been given it's usually something like 40 seconds for speeding and stop and hold in the pit lane. So having a look at the time for Coanda Simsport, yeah, they're, well, about 60 seconds longer than everyone else in the pit box. What's that all about?
And I've just checked, there's nothing in the penalty list as well. So there's that. I am intrigued, but this isn't the first time we've had a mysterious pit stop, because Mahler also had a mysterious pit stop, like a mini stop here at the start of the last race. So it's been funny. There have been a couple of them rolling around here and there, but this is a bit more serious because when they were your race leaders, you don't expect them to stop just like that for a minute extra, right?
This is very strange. Well, we will try and find out for you folks here on our LEGO Technic live stream. It's very much a mystery at the moment, but we will try and get the information for you. But whatever happens, you can't get the time back. Well, Coanda Simsport are now 9th in this race, and critically, they are a minute off the lead as well. So disaster for Coanda. Yeah, pretty much. They've got a minute longer than everyone else. So the fact that it's a 60-second, maybe it's a pit lane speeding penalty, I don't know. But wow, that is a huge turn up. And once again, Sunil, again, Coanda Simsport rapid at the front of the field, and something goes wrong in the race. What do they have to do?
This is frustrating. This really is, because they could have been champions. Two of these races. Imagine a win in this one and the win in the second one. Coanda could have just had an amazing record in this championship. Same with Mahler, because one better race in Mahler could have been your leaders right here. HRT will be laughing all the way to the bank, because now this means that they are third, even after that big incident that they had early on. This championship period, it's like a game of hot potato, basically, isn't it?
It is, and of course
It's the okay. It's the penalty I was talking about, Peter, because they had no real-world driver. It's like 60-second penalty for not having a real-world driver.
Okay. Well, that's...
They would have known. They would have, and they should have known.
It's a bizarre one. It amazes me to think that an outfit of Coanda's calibre cannot get hold of a real-world racing driver with a simulator to take part. I really struggle to believe that, I must be frank. Number of real-world racing drivers. I mean, in the Porsche factory drivers alone, there's a number of drivers who are very good. To tell you who's really fast in iRacing, but you don't often see participating in this level, is Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, and he knows his ways around here. I'm sure he might have been quite glad to take up that call, but Coanda's downfall is, do you know who's benefited most, Sunil? Team HRT. They're up into third now.
They are indeed, and this is going to be fun to see. HRT can close their way up to BMW back. Fortunately, 36 seconds, but let's wait and watch. It's still a long race left to go, isn't it?
It is, yes, exactly. But if you're Team HRT right now, it's going even better than expected.
Minuten Pause.
Nachher brauche ich unbedingt eine romantische Komödie, um runterzukommen. Ich habe jetzt Giga TV mit Netflix inklusive. Da finde ich immer was Schönes.
Liebe ist so wichtig.
Das volle Programm mit der größten Mediathekenauswahl Deutschlands. Giga TV. Jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the Happy Racing 3-hour race here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We're just coming into the final third of this intriguing race, this attrition-stricken race here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And we should have one more pit stop to go for our SP9 runners. And who is going to come out on top? Well, the big story is former leaders, Manda Simsport, have copped a 60-second penalty for not including a real-world driver in their lineup. So, just very clear in the rule book of what is allowed and what is not. And Simil, it really does confuse me, an outfit of Coanda's calibre and the level of competition that they compete at and the regularity in which they're competing all the time. If they've got a 60-second penalty hanging over them, why bother at all? That doesn't make sense to me.
But I think they could have gotten Einstein Guven if there wasn't a scheduled clash. They could have had Lauren Heinrich if there wasn't a scheduled clash. Well, if I was the real world driver, I would love to drive for Coanda, even if I wasn't directly associated with the team. Maybe a one-off deal or something quite like that. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Then it's funny because we sort of saw this coming when the race began, right? That Coanda may have that penalty, but we just forgot about it considering how good they were driving. But Coanda, it's the second time. You're allowed one time not to have a real world racing driver. It's part number 2 for them. That's why they get that penalty on. You can have one joker race in that sense. And it amazes me, as you rightly mentioned, Peter, it amazes me why anyone wouldn't want to drive for Coanda. Maybe it's a link to Porsche that they need to have only Porsche drivers in there. So I suppose that's why the talent pool is kind of more limited than what it normally would have been. Who knows?
It's very strange. Very, very strange. I mean, the pool of Porsche drivers with who are equipped and who take part in iRacing. Dennis Olsen would be one. Lawrence Vantor, as mentioned, Felipe Fernandez, Lazar, Matteo Giavone, Matt Campbell. They all have a sim. Very strange. But anyway, we carry on, and the battle will then be for this win will be between Mala Racing Team and Team BMW Bank. And Team BMW Bank have just quietly gone about their business today. And while Barneveld and Rogers were battling away, Kai Kashube in the Team BMW Bank machine just slowly but surely chipping away at that gap. It is only just over 2 seconds now. So if Kashube can have some good sectors of the track, he will be into touching distance for the lead of this race. As we said, Mala Racing Team need to win. They have to win to keep themselves in contention for this championship. Whereas Team BMW Bank, they're just a little bit further down the points order. They're on 11 points right now, so they're not mathematically out of it, but very close to. Whereas Mala, they need to get the jump on Team HRT, who are the leaders in the championship right now, and sitting in third. If it finished as it was, there would be a 7-point reduction, and we'd go into the final round with Team HRT leading Mala by just 4 points, which is the gap between a win and second place.
Nice. That is what I want to see, right? That is just going to be the ideal championship finale. If you can't have 2 cars tied up, maybe have something quite like that, right? It'll be amazing considering the variables involved as well. Mala might have to take a success penalty. HRT might also have to take a success penalty, considering now they are in third place. Which would mean, in a hypothetical situation, that Mala would get 30 seconds, HRT 10. I'm just daydreaming right now, Peter. This just will be an amazing finale if this ends the way it ends. But also, I'm going to point out, LEGO Technic Esports, Peter, they are up in P number 6. For a change, they're actually constructing a whole race now. It's been bizarre to see how the season has gone so far, but finally a bright light in the way.
Yeah, and it appears like the Lamborghini Huracan maybe just doesn't quite have the edge on performance as some of the German cars do here. Mercedes, BMW and Porsche all in the top 3 at the moment, but Charlie Collins, who's driving the LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini at the moment, he has been absolutely exceptional. Some of the raw pace he's been able to extract from that car has been quite mind-blowing, almost kind of Axel Jeffries style, who's of course just brought out incredible pace out of the Conrad Lamborghini in the NLS and the Nürburgring 24-hour. So it's interesting. Charlie Collins 55 seconds back from the lead right now. He's about 10 seconds to the next car, the Team Windward Mercedes, and then another 10 seconds again to the Team Landgraf car, Luca Kita. So we'll see what Charlie Collins is able to do, but watch for some hot pace in that bright green LEGO Technic Lamborghini Huracan. Now this is a great shot here on our LEGO Technic live stream over the jump at Flugplatz, where you jump and then turn coming down the Kiddelbacher Hole. Of course, in the village of Kiddelbach, just beside the Kiddelbacher Hole, there we are. Whoa, hanging on for dear life there. The village of Kiddelbach is actually home to a team called Talksport, who of course very experienced in GT racing, but also run all the Skoda Rally 2 cars in the World Rally Championship as well. Certainly all the leading ones anyway. They really are synonymous with the Skoda brand in rallying. So, as it was designed to be back in the 1920s, the Nürburgring remains and continues to be really epicenter of motorsport.
Just love listening to this sound of the Nürburgring though. What a sound, that Porsche Flat 6, the way it just rises and falls, and the way it tops off as well in high speed. It's just fantastic. And what a way to listen to it as well, right? In an onboard, when you're having a big battle for P4 in the top 2 category as well. Good to see Phoenix Racing involved in a fight. I mean, at a track where they basically are at home, right? Finally good to see them involved in a bit of a fun WNS motorsport. And they have been lost in the shuffle, haven't they? We haven't seen much of them in the cup category as much as we would like to.
Yeah, there really is a domination job going on at the moment in the cup category. Kwanda Simsport. Now David Williams has taken over from Zach Campbell. Of course, David Williams doing the solo run last time out. And they lead by half a minute from IES Sim Racing at the moment. Now, where are Asher? Because, of course, Asher controversially caught up in a tangle earlier on. And Asher are quite a way down the order. They're running in 10th in class right now, Smil. Now, for the Cup 2 category, that has huge championship implications because, of course, Kwanda have been really the standout performers in terms of pace. They've been on pole every race and they've led away at the front. But, of course, in the opening round of the championship, they were involved in somebody else's incident and scored just 1 point when Asher scored 15. However, that has flipped around with Kwanda winning the last 2 races. Now, there is only 3 points separating those 2 outfits at the moment. So if Kwanda can stay where they are, and with Asher down in 10th, this championship flips around entirely.
One bad race, Peter. It just takes one bad race. Until yesterday we were saying that, not yesterday, but the last round, my apologies. Time really flies, right? But in the last round we were saying that, oh, Asher, wow, they've been so consistent. Well, had Kwanda not had that bad first round, maybe they would have had the lead. And then suddenly Asher has a bad round and Kwanda are right up there where they belong in terms of pace. What could have been really? Had this not gone the way it has gone so far, Asher versus Kwanda would have been an amazing battle to see on track because genuinely, Kwanda aren't bulletproof in this championship. We saw that towards the end of the last race where the likes of Sim RC, Team 75 by Sim RC, Peter Bong Performance, these teams can creep up and maybe get a big one over someone like Kwanda. So those variables would have been fun. And actually, speaking of Peter Bong Performance, they're down in 13th in the category, Peter. What a shame.
Well, it's it's not been the day of Peter Bong Performance at all. Tricky one to try and match the pace of Kwanda Simsport. I think also there's definitely a factor, Samil, that this car, bear in mind Kwanda have been incredibly successful in the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup. So this style of car, they are even particularly special in this car.
They are, and they've had quite a stronghold over that championship, but somewhat controversially, they actually withdrew some of their top drivers from that series this year, but they're still having quite a good run over there. So kind of goes to show the depth and diversity that Kwanda have in terms of this cup car. But it's amazing. I initially thought that, nobody would be able to challenge Kwanda in this cup category. I thought it was one and done. But the way we have seen teams like not Phoenix Racing, my apologies, but we've seen the likes of Asher challenge, Peter Bong come close, Team 75 trouble them, and IES as well. They have to stand out as the biggest what ifs for me because every race, Peter, they've always shown great potential, haven't they? I mean, they've always been somewhere around the top 3, top 4, but it's a bit sad and a bit strange to see them nowhere in relation to the standings. What happened with them all the way through?
Well, this battle for SP10 continues to rage on. Maxim Ranstein put it on pole position for the number 303 Corsim Racing Porsche, led most of the opening stint, then handed over to Pascal Stix, who dropped in just behind the Team RSO number 397 Porsche and mirrored it for the whole stint. Now, Niels Lawrence is on board the Team RSO car, the blue one, and the white and orange car there, the Porsche of Maxim Ranstein, right behind, just a car length separating them at the moment. Those two cars have operated on the same part of the circuit since the green flag dropped, and still there's no break in the deadlock there between Corsim Racing and Team RSO. The difference is, championship wise, is that Corsim Racing, well, they have a 14-point advantage in Team RSO. So if they're able to win, that would put them out of reach, Samil. That would win them the championship. Or do they not risk it, and they've got a significant advantage going into race 5? I would think you want to get the championship in the bag now if you can.
Yeah, Core are proper racers. I think they'll go for it. I don't think Core will go on the defensive anytime soon, especially knowing how versatile and how variable this championship can be. One bad round, and that's it. And Core, luckily for them, haven't quite had a bad round yet. You don't want that happening in the last round of the season when there is a championship at stake, right? So I think they're going to go for it. I think they're going to gun for the win. And they can definitely close down that gap. It's only, 6 seconds, isn't it? If I'm reading my timing stream correctly.
Yes, exactly. So, great battle here going on between Leipert Esports. Of course, Leipert, a team we see racing in the 24H series quite a lot in their Lamborghinis, both GT3 and Super Trofeo spec. And they've got the Deutsche Payment team right behind with Kelly McCall driving that machine. Schallenberg in the now I'm looking at the wrong category. There we go. Muth at the wheel of the Deutsche Payment Esports team. Furtwängler at the wheel of the Leipert car, the black and yellow machine. Just coming up to the top of the racing hour. 2/3 distance almost complete, and we'll have 60 minutes to go in this Happy Racing 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here on the Goodyear live stream, on the LEGO Technic live stream, my apologies. And Mahler Racing Team, interestingly now, Samil, have turned the screw a little bit. That gap that looked to be coming down to around 2 seconds between Mahler Racing Team in the lead and Team BMW Bank in second, that's come back again. A quick lap last time by from Ryan Barneveld, a 7:51.5, 7/10 quicker than Kushube in second. The gap is now up to 4 seconds, but how is it going to play out? That last pit stop is going to be critical.
Oh, you nailed it, Peter. That last pit stop is going to be everything that matters, because now 4 seconds might seem like a lot, but wasn't it the same case in the first round where we saw HRT versus Mahler? They had somewhat around 3-4 odd seconds heading out of the final pit stop, but the way Mahler caught up was fantastic. Here, the roles are reversed. Mahler are the ones being chased. That gap can come down at any point, and especially with someone like Kyle Kashoot behind the wheel, you know for a fact that he is going to be pretty fast. So I think we're in for a photo finish at the end, Peter. I want another photo finish. It's been far too long since we've seen a great battle in the final lap, and I think this could be it when we finally get it. Could Norbert Kiss come back in some miraculous way? He's 37 seconds down. If something or the other happens, if some sort of incident happens, which could be very possible, by the way, who knows, HRT might win again. Again, that's a long shot, but still, it's good to speculate. It adds up to the fun.
Well, Ryan Barneveld is really in the mood now. A 7:50.914 for Barneveld. Quite exceptional pace. And the top four covered by, you could put a blanket over them, less than a second covering the top 4 lap times. Mahler Racing Team of Ryan Barneveld, Team BMW Bank, Kai Kushube, Norbert Kiss in third for Team HRT, and Luca Kita in fourth for Mercedes Team Landgraf. So there's just nothing to separate those top drivers at the moment in terms of pace. So the gap staying relatively steady between those as well. Now, of course, Mahler Racing Team and Team BMW Bank was in first and second position. They're the only teams that in that top group that haven't had to serve a success penalty. Team HRT, of course, had to serve one. They had to serve 20 seconds. Landgraf in fourth, they had to serve 30. So that's they're doing very well in all things considered. An update on Coanda Simsport. Interestingly, they have made their way through to 7th position as the LEGO Technic car of Charlie Collins, the Lamborghini, has come in for a pit stop. Now, I don't think, Samil, that they'll be able to get home on this tank of fuel. That's a very odd one from Charlie Collins in LEGO Technic. Very strange indeed. Normally on a full tank of fuel, these SP9 cars would run to about an hour, but I do not think that car will, the LEGO Technic Lamborghini, the number 8, I don't think they can get home on this tank of fuel. They're going to have to take an extra stop.
I think it's the second time in 2 races that we're going to see something similar, because RSO 397 in the SP10 category also had something similar in the last race. They unfortunately ran out of fuel. And is this going to be something similar with LEGO Technic? Have they just badly mistimed their stops? What in the world?
I really don't know. It's very strange.
So, I think there must be some sort of damage or something involved, Peter, because there's no reason why you cut your stint into half and then go for a stop. There must be something else involved there. It's not a tactical pit stop this in any way whatsoever. It just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. If it was tactical, it's a bad tactic. Yes. So, now, the battle for SP10. This is for your lead-in class. Niels Lawrence leads in this. We're riding on board with him now. The 397 Team RSO Porsche with Maxim Ramstein right behind in the Corson racing machine. But interestingly, in the draft, cannot get any closer to Niels Lawrence. So is that Team RSO machine running a little bit more slippery, a little bit less wing, perhaps, than the Corson racing machine? Because Maxim Ramstein is really struggling to pull any kind of slipstream there. And no, Niels Lawrence hangs on as well. Or the other alternative, of course, Samil, is that Maxim Ramstein is soft-pedaling behind them and saving fuel.
Well, only an onboard will be able to give us a better idea about that. But I saw this happen quite a fair bit. The SP9 category, a couple of cars who were constantly fuel-saving heading into corners because they knew that it could all come down to that shorter pit stop at the end. Maybe that's what Kona are trying to do eventually.
Well, it could be. Are they playing with Team RSO? Are they just happy to sit there? The one thing is for certain is that you will see Team RSO, the Team RSO outfit will be looking very closely at what Corson Racing are up to. They will be watching the onboards as they come in and seeing what Maxim Ramstein throttle inputs are and listening to the engine to hear if he is kind of lifting and coasting behind that 397 car. Of course, they're quite a reasonable gap. In fact, 30 seconds ahead of the Race Fox car in third, number 331 Porsche. So they've kind of got opportunity to play games if they want to without worry of being caught by another car. But what's going on in the Team RSO team room right now? That's what I want to know, Samil, because you've got to think that they're thinking, oh, do we want to be doing all the heavy lifting here just before the final pit stop?
You know for a fact that they'll be vigilant because RSO, one of those teams that prepare the hardest for any race whatsoever. The amount of prep that goes into their races is tremendous, with the setups, with the strategy, with the approach, with the driving practice. It's amazing how much detail they put into it, and they will be aware and they may have a plan in hand. Is it the right plan though, is what time will eventually tell us. And right now in Cup 2, it just seems to be going off the plan. It's just some good hard racing, which is what we all enjoy, as other battles are brewing around in other classes.
Yeah, this is a battle in the Porsche Cup category between the 268.xce Esport green car, sitting in 21st overall, trying to hold off the Lippert machine. And here comes Furtwängler in the Lippert number 210 machine. Oh, just gets the job done there as a mistake for the .xce car. Grüle and Lippert get the position. So they go into 5th in class in the Porsche Cup category, which is led at the moment by David Williams driving for Coanda Simsport. 34 seconds is now the gap at the lead of that Cup 2 category. At the front of the field in SP9, it's 4.5 seconds now between Mahler Racing Team and Team BMW Bank. Now, we are getting, I think we'll get, the drivers are just coming round to the end of their 4th lap of the stint. I think we'll see at least one more, if not two, from those teams, and then the sprint to the flag. But at the moment, looking very good for Mahler. And for me, this has got to be driver of the day for me so far. Samil, Ryan Barneveld's been spectacular spectacular in this car.
Yeah, he's sustained the pressure of trying to get past Josh Rogers very well. He's managed the lead so well so far as well. He's kind of grown up that gap by a second or a half or something like that. If he can end up this race with some sort of a gap like 7 or 8 seconds, it'll be even more spectacular. And you know for a fact that Ryan Barneville can do that in that Marla car. They've looked spectacular. They've had this pace throughout the season. I think it's finally time, Peter. I think it's finally time that they get that big W.
Well, of course, Mala winning in round 2. If they were able to come out on top here, they would be the first team in the championship in this season, to win multiple races. So this would be quite an achievement, and it would then put it at 2 wins apiece for Porsche and Mercedes. So this is another thing that I love about racing on the Nürburgring and racing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is the sheer weight of prestige in beating your domestic rivals. So Porsche, BMW, Audi, Mercedes AMG, they all want to win here at the Nürburgring almost more than any other, because it is so important in the German market to win at this track. So if Mala were able to get the job done, they would put Porsche onto 2 wins apiece and Mercedes AMG on 2 wins apiece and set up a little bit of a kind of manufacturer a battle in the final round of the championship. The LEGO Technic 3-hour race, which will take place same time on Sunday the 6th of March. Mark it in your calendar, 6th of March, 12:15 local time at the Nürburgring, Central European time. And I, for one, think that is going to be a proper stormer. Now, the battle, this is fascinating, because the battle for third, all of a sudden, Norbert Kess is not so comfortable in third position. Luca Kita is on it in that Landgraf car. Now, there'll be no Mercedes AMG team orders here, Simil, because Landgraf are in with a mathematical chance of the championship. And Landgraf here, ironically, could do Mala Porsche a huge favour by taking this third spot.
Interesting. So this is going to be amazing, because Luca Kita has closed down that gap by a lot in that last stint and a half. It's amazing. And oh, look at this. Look at this. Speaking of team orders and teammates, there's another example of that. LEGO Technic Esports battling off against their cousins Commander Simsport. Well, they're operated by the same team, but it's a different looking car, it's a different feeling car, and the story of their season has been somewhat similar, unfortunately. Great pace, good results. And this is a battle I would love to see. Will they be influencing this a little bit in the team? So, Peter, this is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I don't know. It's not really. It sounds silly, but at the level that Coanda operate, that this is kind of not what they turn up to race for. They race to win. They're a very successful operation on track and indeed off track as well. The way that they set up the commercial partnerships with brands like LEGO Technic, VRS, Porsche, and many others. They're here to win, and yeah, whether they're trading positions around or whatever here, 7th, 8th, whether they're doing that or not, we don't know. But yeah, it's not really what they come for, and there is a bit of damage on the front of that LEGO Technic Lamborghini Huracan. So that must have been, Simil, why Charlie Collins had to pit early.
Could be, because as you rightly mentioned, as you rightly reminded, they are completely off strategy. Coanda will be pitting in round about a couple of laps. LEGO Technic will take around 5 to come back into the pit lane, and even then they'll be off cycle completely. So it's not like a completely fair battle, right? Ideally, Coanda Simsport should be ahead. It's just a weird race that LEGO Technic Esports are having as a result of that early pit stop. But funny, really absurd to see them fighting for something like team number 7. Coanda, as you rightly said, we associate them with P1, P2, P3 or stuff like that usually. But again, it's just a reminder, Peter, that even the biggest teams are not guaranteed a win at all in the DNLS. You might be the biggest name, but what happens on track is definitely the biggest decider right here in this championship, and execution has been something that HRT have been amazing at. And they execute and win in this little battle going on here.
Well, Norbert Kess trying to hold off the charging Luca Kita. Now, we have seen in the past in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series is that if you get over the course of a race, if you see a car aggressively strike the curbs too much, it can cause damage to the machine and reduce pace. That certainly happened to Sammy Matthew Trogan a couple of rounds ago. No such problem doesn't seem for these Mercedes. The level of pace at the front, the top four, 751.1 for Barneveld, 751.3 for Kashubi, 751.1 for the HRT car of Norbert Kiss, and a 751.2 for the Landgraf car of Luca Kita. So there is 0.2 of a second covering 4 cars over a 24-kilometre lap. That is the level that we're talking about here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. So 47 minutes to go. Now we are into the window where the drivers could take a pit stop and go to the end. How will they play it? Will they keep going and empty the tank and then take a shorter last stop, or will they fill up now and be ready to go to the end? We shall see, as Phoenix Racing Porsche taking a draft there on the IAS sim racing car and going for the boxing arrival in there. That was pretty crafty. That was the 269 IAS sim racing car getting no option but to lift out of it. That was very smart there from Phoenix Racing. Number 205. Very, very impressive stuff indeed from Nicholas Hyde.
Phoenix know this place inside out, don't they? They just know exactly how to execute a good race strategy over here. And that was some good race tactics trying to get the jump on them. You mentioned IES. Where have they been? Because they honestly have had great pace all the way through. And speaking of them, they actually are a P number 3 leader. Very quietly, IES have constructed a great race once again. I just like this team for some reason. They're very likeable. Can they get the jump on Phoenix Racing and make it a P number 2 at the end of the day? Certainly possible for this one.
I certainly like the gold wheels anyway. That's very cool.
I love them.
Yeah, that's on the little Swiss flags on the rear wing end plates. Of course, nice to see a little bit of national flair there as well. Of course, Switzerland they're taking part in the Winter Olympics curling. I've been enjoying watching the Winter Olympics curling. GB has been doing reasonably well so far. We'll talk about tactics. That's a great sport to watch and to enjoy. So at the front of the field then, we're approaching the end of the 5th lap of the stints for Mahler Racing Team and Team BMW Bank. The gap is incredibly tight, but just 3.9 seconds separating your race leader Mahler Racing Team Ryan Barneveld from Team BMW Bank Kai Kashubi. Now interestingly, Norbert Kiss for Team HRT is about to finish his 6th lap, so we might see Norbert Kiss coming to pit lane and swapping over to Florian Denzler for that sprint. And the thing is there, Samil, Team HRT and Florian Denzler is going to be really fresh and ready to go for this quick sprint to the flag.
Exactly. And I love the fact that Norbert Kiss's pace hasn't dropped off, so it doesn't have a negative effect at all. Because so far, the real world driver for HRT has been doing perfectly around 1 hour. Then there's the second driver coming in doing around 40-45, which has usually been Florian Denzler. Then it's been Danny Gieser at the end, who's unfortunately missing today. But I think you're right, Peter. Denzler can cover up very well. He's been doing that sort of role in the mid part extremely well. And as you rightly mentioned, freshness. That is going to be such an amazing thing. Because so many other drivers, they might have a bit of a stressed mind about the battle. Denzler's just going to be fresh in there when he gets on. Completely easy, completely concentrated on the job at hand. And this is going to be a bit of a fun stint to watch on for HRT. And maybe this battle against Landgraf can steal the show at the end.
Well, Landgraf have hopped ahead here. Yes, there they are, right on our timing screen. So Luca Kita takes 3rd position from Norbert Kiss, but I would expect Norbert Kiss to come into pit lane here to take the final pit stop of the day for that machine. The championship leaders, indeed, championship leaders on pit lane from 4th position. Norbert Kiss, a super job from the Hungarian truck racing star. And, you know, putting the car on pole position and being in the fight for the podium despite serving that 20-second success penalty. But actually, by that measure, Shamil, don't forget, Landgraf have served a 30-second success penalty.
That's right. That's right. They've been amazing. They really have been amazing. And I love this. I love that even after success penalties, you can't keep them on. That is outstanding. BS combination paved the way for this sort of approach early on in the season, and now these two teams are actually taking it and running away with it. Essentially, they're realizing and making us realize rather that a success penalty is just a minor blip in the way.
Yeah. Well, look on screen, the 88 Wanda Simsport machine of Tommy Osgaard. This car so fast, qualified second, leading the race for the majority of the early portion, but a 60-second penalty for not including a real-world driver in the lineup. So a dispensation not granted to the Wanda team, and therefore serving a 60-second penalty in the pit lane. And looking at it, I mean, the moment the Wanda team sit a minute and 19 seconds back from the race lead, so they haven't quite been able to match the same pace in Tommy Osgaard hasn't quite been able to match the same pace that Joshua Rogers was able to, but you just feel that the kind of wind's gone out the balloon of that team a little bit, Sunil, because, well, they were fighting for the lead and then all of a sudden they weren't, and no wonder that last little bit, you really need that last extra bit of motivation on the Nordschleife, otherwise you just can't get the lap times that the guys at the front are running.
Exactly, yeah, and it's such a tricky job at the very end, and what they're doing so far is still pretty crazy. But you can imagine that last particular bit, it just ignites a certain fire in you, and you need to just channel that in to get a better jump. I wonder what will happen in this case. It just is lining up with such a big problem.
Now, there's something very bizarre going on with Charlie Collins in the LEGO Technic esports car. I think he has come round into pit lane after the end of the GP circuit to take an extra pit stop. So there's something not right at all for that LEGO Technic Lamborghini. Bizarre to go round the GP circuit and then go into pit lane. Oh, so the truly strange season for LEGO Technic esports continues. But we ride on board with Daniel Juncadella, AMG factory driver, in 7th position at the moment for AMG Team Windward, and they've been really fighting hard against the damage that they got early on, but not for lack of trying. Danny's trying his best. You can just see in his sim room there, that canvas, that looks like a Mercedes AMG on the canvas in his sim room.
Does it? Looks like it is. Looks like the sides of a 911,
no? No, that's an AMG.
No, it looks like the back end. That's a back end. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just got confused for a second. Looks like an AMG from the back, yeah, for sure. But you could imagine if we had Ronnie Comedy and we could listen to him just guide us through a lap of this particular place, because you could one of the drivers around in the world when you put him in a sports car. Imagine the perspective he would give on an event like this one. If he's struggling to keep this car on track, imagine what a challenge it must be for the Windward guy.
Interestingly, just makes a little adjustment on the steering wheel there. I wonder if that's maybe a brake bias adjustment that he's using there as he drives along. Is Daniel Juncadella. Now, he's from Barcelona, so I wonder if he'll be speaking Catalan or Spanish, not sure, as well. Of course, Daniel, a very accomplished single-seater driver back in his day, and was the winner of the 2011 Macau Grand Prix. Now, you do not win Macau unless you are seriously capable. I mean, at that any given moment, you've got the best up-and-coming single-seater drivers in the world take part at Macau every year. It's slightly different in COVID times, but in general, Macau is seriously prestigious to win. But it's great insight here of concentration required. You can see the mark of concentration on Danny's race here. Comes down through the helter-skelter of Kellen Hard. 3 right-handers here, 1, 2, 3, and down towards Versailles.
You want a bit of a fun fact about who actually raced at Macau in the same race as Juncadella? It was Felipe Nasr, firstly, Formula 1 driver. There was Kevin Magnussen, again, great Formula 1 driver. Carlos Sainz Jr., some random Spanish driver I've heard about. He's just, I don't know, maybe he's driving a Ferrari or something, right? Small brand. Alexander Sims, again, great single-seater driver in Formula 1. Antonio Felix da Costa, Felix Rosenquist, Carlos Munoz, who's also racing IndyCar, Valtteri Bottas. Just another random Finnish driver who's seen racing in some top-level Formula 1 championship. Yeah, another one of those names. Mitch Evans, Robert Mary, Daniel Abt, and Lawrence Van Toor. That's some field to beat, Peter. That is something to beat.
There's no slow drivers in that list, is there? My goodness. Yeah. Well, that just shows you the level of, and this is the level we've got to in sports car racing as well, is at the factories. They really do employ the best. 37 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring for this Happy Racing 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Now, Goodyear replay, it's Race Fox, getting a tank slapper on Biff right into the wall. And that's down, I think that's down at the Bell of S's, isn't it?
Supposedly, yeah, and that's a big hit. That's one big side swipe away. And Race Fox were having such a quietly lovely race. 5, it was one of the quietest races of the season because so far they've been involved in trouble in every single one of them. But no, this had to happen, unfortunately.
Well, just an update on the LEGO Technic Lamborghini, still sitting in pit lane. It's been in for nearly 5 minutes, so that's going to be day done for the LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini of Charlie Collins. Again, things not going well for that outfit, but Team BMW Bank, they're the team who are locked in a battle, and they come to pit road then for the final time. So Kai Koshube, another great stint from him. Koshube comes in to take service, just be a splash of fuel and then off and going again, whereas Mala Racing Team also in the pit lane as well. So this is going to be a race on pit road to see who has got the strategy right, who's going to get that vital track position when they come out of the pit lane for the final time. Meanwhile, in the SP10 class, yet again, Team RSO lead by just a handful of car lengths from Maxim Ramstein and Corsim Racing. Maybe just a slightly bigger gap than we saw, but they can still keep each other well in sight. Who's going to come out on top in that battle? RSO have to win to keep the championship alive. Corsim Racing, they're the ones that have got it all done rather than having it all to do, which is the case of Team RSO. So Phil Dennis has got on board the Mala Racing Porsche. Bruno Spengler is swapped in from Kai Koshube in the Team BMW bank car as well. So it is game on for those two.
Indeed, yeah, and what a finish this is going to turn out to be, Peter. Mala BMW Bank so close. We've got again this SP10 battle between Corsim Racing and Team RSO. There is potentially some sort of intrigue about third place in the Cup 2 category between WS Motorsport, IES Sim Racing. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. I get a feeling that these last 30 minutes will be extremely, extremely enjoyable, and we just have to settle back in and have a fun ride.
Well, it's certainly going to be a fun ride at the front with Mala Racing Team appearing on the time screen at the moment to have got out in the lead ahead of Team BMW Bank. They did have about a 3-second or so advantage coming into the pits, and pit stop time just gave away about a second to Team BMW Bank. So the gap will have dropped a little bit. In fact, it's about 1.7 seconds now is the gap between race leader Phil Dennis for Mala Porsche and Bruno Spengler for Team BMW Bank. Now this is critical, Sunil, because with the gap hovering around that kind of magic 1.5 seconds, if Spengler is able to get underneath that gap, he will then start to pick up a toll from Phil Dennis. He'll get a slipstream, and that is when we will really be game on. Of course, Phil Dennis does have real-world racing experience, but nothing like the real-world experience that Bruno Spengler does. Bruno Spengler, very much a full-time factory-employed racing driver for BMW, and races a lot in the IMSA Championship in the United States. So could you argue that Phil Dennis is more of a sim specialist? Maybe, but Spengler very accomplished in the sim as well. This is going to be a really intriguing run to the flag with 33 minutes to go.
Especially when you add in their sim racing experience and everything, and when you combine it with the real world. These are two drivers who know both sides of the fence. The kind of experience and pace they bring in is quite something. This will be a fun battle, Peter. This will be an outstanding way to close off this race.
Yes, it will, and we'll have all the action here from you for the LEGO Technic live stream. We'll be right back in just a moment for more action from the Happy Racing 3-hour race live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Herzlich willkommen. Auf den Gewinner wartet ein großes Preisgeld.
Cut! Mittagspause!
Willst du wissen, wer gewinnt? Dann hol dir Giga TV. Da ist jetzt Netflix inklusive.
Alle Spieler zum Set.
Für nur 19,99 €.
Das volle Programm mit bis zu 2500 Filmen auf Abruf. Giga TV, jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the Happy Racing 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, presented by Goodyear Tyre. We're into the last half an hour here. It's Peter Mackay and Samil Arora taking you through the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Phil Dennis is in the groove in the Mahler Racing Porsche. Came out of pit lane from the final stops about 1.7 seconds ahead of Bruno Spengler in the Team BMW bank car in second, but ever since they've come out and got back up to speed and back on song, well, Phil Dennis has been in an incredible groove at the wheel of this Mahler Porsche and has stretched the gap already to 3.6 seconds. So any chance, Sumil, of Spengler getting that slipstream early on, well, that's gone for now.
It has indeed, and there's been another fun change right behind them because HRT did a lap earlier have now lost that third position to Landgraf. And so Landgraf eventually could be getting a big podium after having the biggest success penalty of them all, 30 seconds in this race. So it's amazing how these teams have capitalized on this whole incident. And for Bank, BMW team Bank, that is, they'll be getting their first podium of their season. That is spectacular for them. And for HRT, this means a good points haul would be number 4, but still no success penalty heading into the next round, which Marla will have to serve if they finish in the top 3. It's all lining up to be a very great finale of the season next time out.
Well, it's been a bit of a flip around, interestingly, at the front in SP10. Pascal Stix now leads by a pretty comfortable margin by my calculation, by about 6 seconds, which in the context of the SP10 battle is massive. Now, these are your live standings. Now, this is interesting. Mercedes Team HRT, if they finish where they are, will be on 33 points, with Mala Racing all of a sudden up to 31 points. So HRT really needed that podium, you could argue as well. So it will come down to a showdown in at the LEGO Technic 3-hour race on the 6th of March. That's going to be a real cracker. Yeah, coming back to the SP10, Simil, I mean, pit stops wise, in fact, Corson Racing were actually they're 3 seconds longer in the pit stops than their rivals Team RSO, but they're now 6 seconds ahead. So I wonder, while we were on our advert break there, if there's been a problem for Team RSO or a mistake somewhere.
There must have been. There absolutely must have been. So, Go Sim Racing, well, it's interesting, right? You mentioned this because Go were 3 seconds slower than RSO on the lane. They went 2 seconds slower than RSO on the last lap, but RSO are 6 seconds down. So this has to be a catastrophic mistake by RSO of some sorts. And as you can see on the screen, this would effectively kind of guarantee Go Sim Racing the championship heading into the next round, because it's almost an unassailable lead, right? But this is huge. With RSO not winning, it kind of takes away and dents their chances by quite a fair bit. Makes it kind of impossible for them to challenge, because if they had won this and Go would have had a bad race in the next round, there still could have been a marginal chance, but seemingly it's all fading away, Peter, now.
It's definitely in the grip of Corson Racing, that is for certain right now. So whatever has happened is definitely swung in the favour of Corson Racing, and indeed their already decent championship advantage looking ever stronger and indeed unassailable if they finish where they are. In SP3T for the TCR cars, well, Team Huizinga, they lead by 1 second over Kieran Harrison in the 403 Corson Racing machine. So that is vital, because Corson Racing really do need a win in the SP3T category to try and catch up some points to Team Huizinga. And again, Simil, Corson Racing, they've had the pace, put it on pole, and they've been leading the race for the majority of the run, but now back in second. So Huizinga once again have been the ones, of course, the winners of the 2021 VCO 24 Hours of Nürburgring. They're the ones that just deliver on race day.
Yeah, that's been the whole story of the entire season. These marginal differences are making a huge impact at the end of the season. When you look at the point standings, Austin will have got 6 points up on Go Sim Racing. Another big win, that's going to go up to 10 for the next particular round. So it's going to be very hard for Go to capitalize on that. And let's be clear, it's not like Go have had a tremendously bad season. They've just had a couple of off results here and there when Huizinga have just done a pretty good job. So it's just that consistency paying off in the favour of Huizinga eventually. And this is completely swinging the balance in favour of Huizinga, who, by the way, even after getting taken out in the last round, ended up winning the race. That's the kind of fight back you need to win the championship.
Yeah, that tenacity is very important, but Kieran Harrison knows that this is a really important win to get it. He really needs to try and get the win in the bag here, because if they do, the gap will only be 2 points between Corson Racing and Team Huizinga, effectively setting up a winner-takes-all battle in the final round of the championship in about 4 weeks' time, or just under 4 weeks' time. In fact, the 3 weeks today, in fact, so not long to go to the final round of the championship. But here comes Harrison now. He's got the draft on the Team Hoisingveld car. And is he going to try the bump draft here as well? That's a bit of a TCR there. It is bump draft from the 403 of Kieran Harrison as well. These little TCR machines will not go any faster. They're right up the top of the rev range. And then into the Tiergarten. Harrison will maybe try and set it up into turn 1 at the Grand Prix circuit. It's going to be very, very tight indeed. So Kieran Harrison trying his best to try and break the stronghold here of Team Hoisingveld as they come down towards turn 1 now. And it's Patrick Coubigny who's driving for Team Hoisingveld, and he shuts the door hard on Harrison there as well. Now, incident under investigation between cars 25 and car 8. Well, car 8 is the LEGO Technic Lamborghini, which is parked up in pit lane and done for the day. So maybe there was a bit of collision between, yes, the 25 Sim Racing Academy black Porsche. That's the Strycheck car down in Tensamil. So I wonder if that's maybe where that issue's come from.
Interesting. I wonder when they came together on the track, because there's been a bit of a difference between them so far, and Strycheck has been doing a great job, but this does not help anybody. At this stage of the race, you want to be away from the action, and this just does not help anybody at all. We'll get back with more information on this as and when I can. Yeah, hardly helping anyone.
No, not at all. So, back at the front while Phil Dennis continues to turn the screw on Bruno Spengler. 4.7 seconds now is the gap between Dennis and Spengler in the BMW. So Porsche pulling away here in the Happy Racing 3-hour race now. Confirmation from race control, no further action. So nobody deemed at fault for that incident between 25 and 8.
But I love the explanation behind this protest, right? It's Sim Racing Academy Black who filed it, and they've written, they retired the car with no reason after destroying our race. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Simple, clear, effective. I love it. Not rejected though, so it's not effective, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting. That is an interesting one. How, yes, often the team and the stewards usually have quite different opinions of incidents normally. I've never seen someone say, "Oh yes, that's let me hand myself into the to the stewards and say, oh, that was my fault," because they don't miss much. That's for certain. Well, last lap around, Dennis really, of course, pit stops included. We won't get an idea of what Dennis's ultimate pace is until we come round to the flag the next time. But the reality is the gap is now rocketed over 5 seconds, 5.3 seconds now, the gap at the front of SP9. So Phil Dennis looking good to be the first to get Mala Porsche into victory lane for the second time this season. The only team in the championship to do that, and that sets up a thrilling encounter for the championship between Team HRT and the Mala Racing team, and indeed anyone else within a mathematical chance, because as we've seen, Semil, you got 15 points for a win. The points drop off quite dramatically. You don't need to have much of an issue before you're scoring minimal, if no points at all. And that's where things, all of a sudden, we could see, if there's problems for Mala and HRT in the early stages of the final round, well, who knows who could come through and win the championship.
Exactly that. I'm very intrigued because it's still not done yet. And I was saying, right, maybe if Walkenhorst would have had a good race today, if BS Competition would have also had a good race today, they could genuinely be in the running if something went wrong. And you don't give up your hopes like that, right? You're always giving your best and try and see if things work out your way. Fortunately for them, this race didn't work out in their direction, and so there's no chance of them winning the championship tomorrow as it stands.
No, definitely not. No, that's the thing, is that Team Landgraf as well, if Landgraf finish ahead of Team HRT, which at the moment they look set to do, they have Elias Seppinen 12 seconds ahead of Florian Denzler. And this has been a super job, maybe drive of the day actually, from Team Landgraf, because they've served a 30-second success penalty because of their win last time out, whereas Team HRT only served 20-second success penalty due to their second place last time out. So Landgraf have sort of won one against the head, or they've beaten, or they're finished, they're leading Team HRT against the head a little bit. So really interesting stuff as well. At the moment, we'll look at the championship points when we get to the end of the race for you here on the LEGO Technic live stream. But at the moment, the gap between Team Landgraf and Team HRT is 11 points. That will, of course, come down to basically put Landgraf in with an outside shot of the championship as well in at the final round of the season. So thrilling stuff here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. Fortunately, been a bruising day for Team Huizinga, and it started out so well, but a couple of rare mistakes from Adam Christodoulou has put this car back in there. They're now fighting back up the order.
Yeah, exactly. They could have been 4th or 5th, you know. Had they not had that incident, they could have been somewhere around 4th or 5th, because they were running at that place when it all really unfolded for them. And since then, it's been a bit downhill. Let's wait and see if they can get past MHJ Performance and sort of rescue P8. But P8, P9, that's where their entire season has been spent so far, unfortunately. But it's good to know, Peter, heading into the final race, that they do have more in store, that they're not just a one and done in the mid-pack. They can go faster. That's good to know, at least. We can maybe see some more competition next time.
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, we certainly have had plenty of competition to get our teeth into here as well. So just as we're coming into the last 16 minutes of the race, leader in SP9 and at the top of the field, Phil Denez leads by just under 5 seconds. So Bruno Spengler has responded slightly, although the last lap around there was 2.6 seconds in the favour of Denez. Over a whole lap, but it is starting to come back slightly. So maybe Spengler's just getting into his groove now as well. So it's Malo Racing Porsche, your leader in SP9. In Cup 2, the leader at the moment is IAS Sim Racing Schweiz Cup. However, they need to take a pit stop, which will then vault Coanda Sim Sport back into the lead. They're in second at the moment. They're only 9.2 seconds, but IAS Sim Racing Schweiz Cup do need to take a pit stop as well. So Coanda Sim Sport really your net leader there at the moment. David Williams driving that car. In SP10, it's Core Sim Racing who lead by 6 seconds from Team RSO, and what has been a thrilling battle between those pair. Now, an incident now being called, Sunil, between car 397 and 210. Now, 397 is that Team RSO car in second in SP10. So if they're the wrong side of that decision, that's bad news. At the moment in SP3T, it's Team Huizinga who lead by nothing whatsoever from Core Sim Racing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting, Samil, that SP10 battle there. If RSO fall on the wrong side of the coin of that decision, they're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. I just took out a second to find out who exactly they were in trouble with, and that was Liper Esports, the Cup 2 car that you see in P number 6 right now. So it's not even like an inter-class battle that caused it. It was traffic. That sort of an issue. I hope that someday, or at some point, we are able to end up seeing the replay of exactly what happened, but this just does not help them at all. This is just like taking the championship and handing it over to Core.
Yeah, well, maybe it was in taking risk to try and... we don't know. We shall see. We'll wait to see what race control will say. Now, a little bit of damage to the front of the Coanda Sim Racing Porsche Cup car. That is going to be a bit of a worry. The number 208, it's been damaged on the front right-hand side. I wonder, Simil, if that's been what we were talking about earlier on the curb striking. Last lap for David Williams was a 8:43. He's just come out of pit lane, so we won't quite get an idea of where his pace is, but that's going to be a slight concern for that outfit. Good job, they've got quite a bit of gap in hand.
They have, yeah, somewhere around 6 seconds to IES Sim Racing Schweiss. I got my pronunciation slightly mixed up over there, but hey, we have seen that sort of a gap come down in this sort of margin. It's not like Coanda are done yet, and with that damage, I know David Williams is perfectly competent to get it over the line with a big margin still, but just to add to the flavor and the fun of it, what if IES with a clean car are able to get closer? What if they're able to trouble Coanda and come into the 5-second margin? I don't know, I'm just creating circumstances for myself to enjoy the end of the race even more.
Well, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on David Williams' pace, but at the moment, plenty gap. And oh, what a disastrous day it's been for Asher Racing. Of course, in the championship tussle with Coanda, they've really done it by consistency and then a little tangle on lap 1. We talked about it, how it can happen on the rolling start, and just on the GP circuit, Asher Racing's day was really put behind the black ball. And yeah, in 9th position right now. This is effectively handing a very comfortable lead indeed to Coanda. If they're to finish where they are, then Asher Racing all of a sudden are really in with a very outside chance of the championship, having been right in the heat of it. So our leaders now just coming over, SP9 leaders just coming to the line, so it'll be confirming then there'll be 2 laps to go. So we will go quite far into overtime, interestingly. So the lap's just under 8 minutes. So yeah, we will go about 5 minutes into overtime, more or less, as Bruno Spengler comes over the line for the beautiful zebra-painted Team BMW bank car. So the gap is now, wow, the gap is now 8.5 seconds at the front of the field. So again, Dennis dropping the hammer, 7:54.9. Now that is quite a way off some of the rapid pace we saw earlier on, but I think that's more due to what is left in the tyre more than anything. But yeah, 7:54 last time by, and 7:58 for Spengler. So Spengler really struggling out there, Timil, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And also, we have got to give it up to Phil Dennis, right? That is the sort of drive that should potentially win you a championship the way he's been driving so far. Yeah, Spengler dropping off makes life easier for Marner, makes things easier for us to commentate on the championship, because towards the end, this means that Marner are almost certainly guaranteed a win over here, which means even a closer fight in the next round. I don't know, Peter. This is just turning out to be so much fun.
It is. Well, it's not fun at the moment, I'm sure. In the team room at Team HRT, they came into this race as championship leaders. They looked like they could maybe sneak a podium, despite serving a 20-second success penalty for finishing second last time out. But at the moment, Florian Denzler... No, I do apologise. I'm reading the timing screen incorrectly. I thought it was 1 second, 1.07 seconds. But in fact, no, I'm reading it wrong. No, panic. Don't panic. Florian Denzler is still in 4th position. I was thinking Daniel Juncadella was closing him down at a rate of knots, but he had been doing, but no, they did even out last time by. So sorry to fans of Hout Racing Team there. You're in a relatively comfortable position, about 20 seconds back to Team Windward in 5th place.
Former teammates, remember? They were racing for the same team in the first round of the championship, and here they are, fighting for P number 4. I don't know how things evolve in this championship, doesn't it?
Well, it does, yeah. I mean, I think that's the life of being a factory driver. You know, if you're for a Porsche or a BMW or Mercedes, is that you've got to go and drive for different teams. And, you know, take Porsche as an example. You know, you'll see drivers who, you know, they might drive for Manthey Racing in some championships, and then they might drive for Fricadelli and others, or KCMG or Bernhard or whoever. And then you can often find your friends becoming your foes, and then back to your friends again, depending on what weekend it is and what championship you're driving again. It's interesting. I had a chat with Florence Vantor at the Rolex 24 a week or two ago, and he was saying, you know, he really likes familiarity. He really likes being in a solid team environment where he's in the same team all the time, and that's one of the things that he finds one of the real challenges of being a factory driver is when you have to hop from team to team. So a comfortable environment is important. It shows you how much it is in the mind for a racing driver.
Yeah, exactly. And I can only imagine how tough it is just being a journeyman, driving from team to team. Because for a team to succeed, you need that environment where you bounce ideas off each other, trying to make sure that you improve. But I can imagine that the real world driver might be feeling a bit odd, shifting teams here and there, never really getting a chance to properly form a relationship. And that is such an important part of racing that we just so often ignore, just building relationships with your co-drivers in endurance racing especially.
Yeah, that is a very good point. The kind of relationship between driver and team. The Landgraf Mercedes squeezes past the Deutsche Payment Porsche SP10 car. It gets the job done, easy enough. So Landgraf still holding on to third spot, so that would be 2 podiums in a row for Team Landgraf. They've really vaulted themselves back up into contention. Now drive-through penalty for the Lippert Motorsport number 210 Porsche Cup car for causing an incident. That will drop them back from their current position. They're in 6th in class at the moment, and that will drop them back down to certainly 7th or 8th in class. Update on SP3T. Team Heusingveld lead the way at the moment from Kieran Harrison and Coursim Racing. Last time they were separated by 1/10 of a second on the lap charts as well. But I'm trying to get a gap on exactly where they are. I think they're right in the middle of SP9 traffic at the moment. I think that's why we're not getting an exact look on the timing sheets. But very close between Team Heusingveld and Coursim Racing for SP3T again. And that's another one where Coursim Racing have to get up into that first place spot. They have to win to get their championship hopes back on track.
Yeah, a bad day could be around the corner for any team. And if it happens for Heusingveld the next time out, again, not cursing them or anything, but there is a realistic chance for any team to unfortunately be caught up in some sort of incident. If that is the case, a reduced gap will give a wonderful chance to Coursim Racing, and for that reduced gap they need to get that big one position passing goal. Really symbolic in a way.
It's amazing the common thread in this championship between those with the outright pace and those being able to get it done on race day. So you see another classic Porsche Cup draft battle here on the Dottinger Hole. Peter Bont performance of Marcus Deck coming through, getting the run along the straight there and up towards Antonius Bucher underneath the Bilstein Bridge. The gap at the front as we approach the final lap of the race in SP9. Phil Dennis leads by 8.2 seconds, so in control at the moment at the wheel of that Mala Porsche. So just has to negotiate 1 or 2 more bits of traffic, and it's looking good for a second win of the season.
Looking good, and it's all well earned, Peter. It's all well earned. And if you cast your mind back to race number 1, had they not been hit by BS competition, this could very well have been, unfortunately, not unfortunately, may well have been their 3rd race win of the season. Unfortunate for other teams that would have been, because it's so crazy that Mahler have showcased that great pace all the way throughout the year. And all the other teams, well, they've been on their level, but not as consistent as them. Not even HRT, because they've had a few off days here and there. If only they didn't have that accident with BS competition, the incident limit hadn't been crossed.
That was with HRT, with Danny Giosa in the last corner, last lap, right as we're passing through right now. Phil Dennis hit the incident limit and dropped him right off the gap. With Giosa winning and no score for Mala, that was critical, but throughout the course of this championship, they've made the gap back up. Of course, last time out, Ryan Barneveld driving alongside Bietzke Visser.
Yep.
The W Series driver and driver for the in 2021 for the Richard Mille LMP2 team in the World Endurance Championship. Now, slight changes in that lineup. Of course, certain Sebastian Ogier coming to drive for that team alongside Charles Milesi. in World Endurance Championship. I thought that was an interesting signing with Ogier dovetailing a limited World Rally Championship programme with a full season in the World Endurance Championship.
I want to see this happen pretty well, actually. Have there been any other rally drivers who have taken a full step into endurance racing? I think Timo Soronen, who we had the last time on, did this in the world of sim racing, and actually one of our very prominent viewers reminded me that he's actually been a Finnish sim racing champion previously as well. So I don't think that Timo would be so good in sim racing, but here he is. So is there any other who's made the jump over?
From rally to an endurance racing, I mean, Volta Roll would be one, I think. Volta Roll had quite a lot of success with.
Though.
Yes, he won his class at Le Mans in a Porsche. Yeah, and of course drove the Audi Quattro GTO car as well. So yeah, just a little bit of success. Colin McRae got on the podium at Le Mans in 2004. In a Ferrari, pro-drive Ferrari, alongside Darren Turner and Rickard Rydell. But it's certainly rare. You're correct. It's not common.
Wow, that I wasn't aware of. Seriously, Colin McRae, man, it just adds up to his legend, doesn't it? That he's also got a podium at Le Mans, apart from his great performances in the Rally Championship. It's amazing, but I think with sim racing getting more popular, there is that increased chance for making that jump because you can practice that a little bit more. I can imagine this being such a big part of Ogier's preparation, just getting into the sim and getting laps and laps and laps and laps of that people.
No. He's taking on the real life World Endurance Championship in an LMP2 car.
Preparing for.
Preparing for. Yes, he could do. Yes, he could. Absolutely. Yeah, that is. I think that's a resource you can't. Sorry, I understand now. Yeah, that's a resource you can't ignore. If you don't use that resource, you're definitely leaving something on the table in terms of preparation to get the head round. I mean, completely different set of skills required. I mean, Colin McRae was and indeed Walter Roll, they were in GT cars, so it's tiny bit closer, but to go into a full Le Mans prototype with big downforce, it's a change from what Monsieur Ogier is used to. So, we're just about to hit the end of the allotted time and on to the final lap of the race. So we go a little bit into overtime here. So we have our leader, Phil Dennis, about halfway round the lap at the moment, still holding that 8-second or so advantage over Bruno Spengler. In Cup 2, David Williams leads for Quanta Sim Sport by 30 seconds over IES Sim Racing Schweiz. Core Sim Racing lead by 13 seconds now over Team RSO and SP10. That would give them the provisional championship. Team Heusingveld now, they hold the advantage in SP3T over Core Sim Racing, and again that would give them a very important advantage. At the moment they lead Core Sim Racing by 6 points in the championship. That would put that gap up to 10 in a field as small as the SP3T category. That's a really important advantage. So the 3 hours of the Happy Racing 3-hour race is now complete. And the checkered flag will be being prepared at the flag stand at the Grand Prix circuit. And we'll have all the official results for you, and indeed the live championship standings, and see how it looks heading into final round of this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series being held on the 6th of March. The LEGO Technic 3-hour race, 6th of March, do not miss it. We'll be here at 12:15 local time at the Nürburgring, 11:15 in the morning in the UK, 4:15 Eastern in the US. It's a day of what could have been for this car. Tommy Osgaard and Josh Rogers so fast. Rogers qualifying the car second, leading the race for the majority of his driving time, and Osgaard taking over but copping a 60-second penalty for not including a real-world driver. A little bit of an unnecessary mistake. The rules are crystal clear when you come in. But good to see, though, on the other hand, to give Quanta Sim Sport their credit, good that they have fielded their car rather than not entering at all. Of course, one thing we haven't mentioned, Shamil, is that Corsim Racing's Porsche is not taking part today.
That's right, yeah. We noticed that they weren't quite a part of the field, and it's been funny with them as well, Peter, that they've always had some sort of inclination towards a good performance thwarted by any sort of incident. So they've never quite been able to create any momentum with that car at all, and it's a bit of a shame that we don't quite see them race today. But their other car, their Audi, could well be having a win here. Did we see some last lap PCR drafting at the Dottinger, Peter? Won't that be fun?
I think so. I think we are going to get that somehow. But Phil Dennis now coming round to the final part of the lap. It's been a super drive from the American, but also from Ryan Barneveld, his teammate, who really was super in that middle part of the race and put the Mala Porsche into a really, really pleasing position. And Dennis has already stretched the gap to now 10 seconds. So cruising he is not as he heads through the Belle Fesses for the final time, up towards Schwalben-Schwanz and the little mini carousel. There it is. Now he's actually going to... Now this is vital. If Phil Dennis gets past these two TCR's cars, which he will, that means that this is now the last lap in TCR, in the SP3T category. So Team Heusing-Welt are just going to be saved by the bell here by Phil Dennis. So Phil Dennis coming up towards the line. So it's now or never for Corsim Racing. They've got to get the job done now. There's Dennis in the background with the headlights on. This is going to be so tight, Cyril.
My goodness, are Co getting enough of a draft by any means whatsoever? They are not. Hersingwell could just be saved right here. Here comes the Porsche. Here comes Hersingwell's saviour. Ha ha.
Saved by the bell. Well, Dennis goes through to Tiergarten then as well. Can Kieran Harrison get close enough? It doesn't look like it. But Phil Dennis comes through Tiergarten for the final time. Last corner and then gas up towards the checkered flag. The Mala Racing Team double up at the Nürburgring and win here in the Happy Racing 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. What a drive from the Porsche squads. Team BMW Bank come home in a very strong second. Bruno Spengler takes the checkered flag. And indeed, just as we saw there, the SP3T category won by Team Heusingveld, turning over Corsim Racing. Well, don't feel too sorry for them because they win in SP10 and put themselves in an unassailable lead in the championship. So they are your provisional SP10 champions for 2022. And Elias Seppänen brings home the Team Landgraf Mercedes in third, despite a 30-second success penalty from the last round. Arguably my drive of the day, that Landgraf squad, Simil.
Seriously, they have been fantastic. Even with the success penalty, fighting back the way they have is something that most teams would aspire to do on the best of their days. And they've just gone in there and have proven exactly that. It just didn't set them back. P4 is amazing. This is the kind of result that wins you a championship. P5, my apologies.
Yeah, no, P3 for Team Landgraf,
P3,
Team
yeah.
HRT in fourth. And Daniel Juncadella brings, an absolute drag race to the line between Daniel Juncadella and Coanda Simsport's Tommy Osgaard. Nothing to separate them, and Osgaard just misses it by 23 thousandths of a second from Team Windward. So again, a story of what could have been for Coanda after that 60-second penalty, but the rest of the SP10 runners coming along, and the winner in, as we've deemed it, the BMW Cup, if you like, the first of the BMWs home in SP10, the 333 are in Vision STS behind a Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4, and comes over the line. So now, of course, one of the last runners over the line will be our Cup 2 class winner. At the moment, that's looking very much like that will be Coanda Simsport. They have a 30-second advantage, but due to the pace of that Porsche Cup car, they're on the same lap as the SP9. So we've got a bit of a wait to get our Cup 2 class home.
Yeah, it'll take a while, but what a fast car that is to be on the same lap. It's just ridiculous to see how good Porsche have ended up building that car. But yeah, coming back to all the other finishers, HRT 4th, Windward 5th. I'm amazed. And look at this battle towards the end. Undici Scuderia nearly just getting it. Or did they lose it?
No, I think
Did
they
lose
got
it to
it
the
at
Nürburgring Esports team?
74 thousandths of a second. Oh, some brilliant last lap battles here. So fourth spot then to Undici Scuderia. They will not be getting a free pint in the Nürburgring Esports Park after pinching fourth position from the Nürburgring Esports team. So, SP10 cars now coming over the line. One of the BMWs, AMC Siegberg, Christopher Schultz, clocking in a 6th position for that team. Over the line they go, and they see the checkered flag. Barney the flagman there in the flag stand. In a slightly subdued mood. Normally he's giving it full beans on that checkered flag. But over the line they come. So we will have, after our... stick around here on the LEGO Technic livestream, because after our race results, we will have the live championship standings for you. And SP10 all sealed up. Corsim Racing, your provisional champions there. However, far from done in particularly the top category in SP9. Team HRT finishing 4th, Mala Porsche winning the race. Well, we said it earlier on, didn't we, Simil? Mala had to win, and they've done it.
They've done it with style. They really have. They've done it in the best way possible, having a big gap over Team BMW Bank. I said if they kind of can bring it around 7 seconds, that'll be amazing. They've gone in there and they've taken it to 10 seconds. That's the gap between them and Team BMW Bank. Best possible race for them, but there's a slight hiccup. They will have to take that 30-second success penalty the next time out. This will be an epic, epic battle, but it's getting closer and they've done all that they could have done. Full marks.
Absolutely, yeah, you've got to get the points on the board. No point saying jam tomorrow. And that is a very good point, Simil, of course. Team HRT will go into the final round of the championship with a lead, a very small one, but they will effectively have a 30-second head start, more or less, over Team Mala, but who Mala will have a 30-second success penalty to serve. Team HRT will have no success penalty to serve at their pit stop. So for that final round, it's very easy to say that the nerves of a final round of the championship are so important to keep under control, but wow, Team HRT, for them, it's about delivering and executing a smooth performance, but there's just so many cars in the game and so many fast cars. BMW did not have the day they wanted with Vulcanhorse and BS Competition going out early. Where do they factor in this mix?
Yeah, you read my mind, seriously. And as you mentioned, the one keyword that you mentioned is faster cars. There could be cars coming out of your control and taking you out as well. What do you do in that case? All these fun factors that we discussed, lap traffic, maybe shorter stops, maybe driver fatigue and all that, just comes in so handy in those final rounds. And we know what can happen, right? We've all seen championship deciders where drivers have had a great advantage, but they've only bottled it at the end because of the pressure. Formula E, I remember Jay Dennis was sort of destined to win the World Championship in this last season, but some crazy stuff happened and he lost the championship. That was it. Championship, you'd really never know till the end.
No, not at all. And well, that certainly goes in the case of Kwanda Simsport. Here they come for a third win in a row in the Porsche Cup 2 category. They win here at the Nürburgring. So after a disaster in round one, they have recovered with amazing consistency and just ruthlessness, really. They've been so fast in that Cup 2 category, and with a disastrous day for Asher Racing, well, that flips the Porsche Cup 2 Championship on its head. Asher Racing came into this race with a 3-point lead. Well, they will not have that when they leave. In fact, they will likely be a number of points behind Kwanda Simsport, and trying to usurp that outfit is going to be very difficult indeed. IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup, they come home in second. A great drive from them with their lovely gold wheels and Swiss flag end plates. Third place goes to Phoenix Racing Esports. Nicholas Hyde taking the car over the line. And fourth in class, is that? Yeah, it's WNSE Motorsport. They come home fourth. .xe Esports, they will be 6th. Deutsche Payment Esports will come home in 5th. There they are, Daniel Muth taking it home in 5th spot. Now, we should just have one or two others to come over the line, I think. But that might be all that she wrote. No, we got one or two stragglers left. Daniel Schnur in the Artel Motorsport Reparix Cup car, number 234, through the Tiergarten for the final time. And Mo will be finishing a lap down on his competitors, getting it to the finish. A number of cars not making it to the finish. So, an impressive achievement nonetheless for that crew. So we'll have all the results for you in just a moment here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Let's see who your winners and losers were in this Happy Racing 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. And thank you very much to Happy Racing for their support of this event. The LEGO Technic 3-hour race will be the 6th of March at 12:15 local time here at the Nürburgring, and one not to miss, and you'll see why in just a second with the championship standings. But let's run through the race results first, confirming then Mala Racing Team are your winner, the first multiple race winning team in the SP9 category. They win by 10.4 seconds over Team BMW Bank. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Landgraf, they round out the podium despite serving a 30-second success penalty from their win last time out. Florian Denzler and Norbert Kiss, they come home 4th after putting the Team HRT Mercedes on pole position. Team Windward were rounding out the top 5 with the Coanda Simsport team of Josh Rogers and Tommy Oscar. They come home 6th after serving a 60-second penalty for not having a real-world driver in their lineup. A potential podium gone missing for them. 7th spot goes to the number 111 of Team M&J Performance with Mercedes AMG. 8th position is Mercedes AMG Esports Team Heusingveld. Phoenix Racing Lamborghini come home in 9th, and Sim Racing Academy Black, they come home in 10th with their Porsche, with some great driving from Robin Strycek. Unfortunately, a little tangle with the LEGO Technic Lamborghini, taking that Sim Racing Academy car out of contention for the top 5. They looked so quick early on, but just not quite going their way. Many cars who could say that here in this race. 11th was Artel Motorsport Reparix BMW, followed by ERC Lamborghini, WS Racing Esports BMW, MGR Mercedes, our guest team for the day. Number 20, Door Esports. Difficult day for the Lamborghini squad in 15th. LEGO Technic Esports finish off the lead lap in 16th. Kart Raceland Esports in 17th. BS Competition not seeing the flag, an early retirement, and their BMW colleagues, Volkenhorst Motorsport, signing off what was a more or less torrid day for the Munich factory. Only really the Team BMW Bank car holding up the honour for BMW with their second place finish in SP9. So 19 cars, 17 finishers in SP9 over 3 hours of racing. And not a great deal of racing under the belt for BS Competition and Volkenhorst Motorsport. But 14 cars finishing on the lead lap in Cup 2. Sorry, in SP9. Cup 2 then, your winner, Coanda Simsport, Zach Campbell and David Williams showing their world-class credentials, winning by 35 seconds from the impressive number 269 crew of IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup. Phoenix Racing Esport, they round out the podium with WNSE Motorsport in 4th, and Deutsche Payment Esports, they round out the top 5. .xe Esports, they finish 6th, just off the lead lap, with Leiper Esports in 7th, Core Sim Racing in 8th, Asher Racing 9th, and WS Racing Esports rounding out your top 10 in their GT Tyre sponsored machine. So only 5 cars finishing on the lead lap. And of course, that was the overall lead lap of the race as well. So 5 Cup 2 cars able to finish on the same lap as the full-spec SP9 GT3 machines. Quite some feat for those cars. And last few, Deutsche Payment Esports in 11th, Peterbilt Performance 12th, Artel Motorsport Reparix in 13th, Team 75 by SimRC in 14th, and I'll be racing, not making the start. So a difficult day at the office for Team 75. Bernhard, unfortunately, retiring early on, and not what that crew would have wanted. They were right up there in the sharp end last time. Hopefully they can return to the front next time out. Well, in what was an incredible SP10 category battle, Core Sim Racing come out on top by 14.9 seconds from Team RSO and put themselves as the provisional champions in SP10 for the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. The Team Car Racing Fuel Simulators, RSO, rounds out the podium. Deutsche Payment Esports are fourth with RN Vision STS fifth and first of the BMWs. AMC Siegberg come home sixth in their BMW, followed by WNS eMotorsport, Shoot Sim Racing, Ring Fazart Sim Racing, and Kart Raceland Esports round out the top 10. And last few, ERC 11th, Racefox in 12th, G-Force Experience in 13th, and Volkenhorst. A difficult day for them. They look so promising to start with, but an early incident taking them out of action. What a pity for Henry Volkenhorst's crew. And well, SP3T, what a finish that was. Just 0.4 of a second separating Team Hoisingveld and Core Sim Racing. In third was Low Grip Racing coming home to round out the podium. Undici Scuderia were fourth, just edging out the Nürburgring Esports team. Marshmallow Racing were sixth, followed by ERC, Heilzentrum, Valkyrie Esport Rookie, Karthalle Wittlich, and Alemannia Aachen Esports. Difficult day for that crew. Couple of incidents early on, taking them out of the action. So just 10 cars in the SP3T category. I wonder, perhaps, will we see more cars with the addition of the Hyundai Elantra and the Honda Civic Type R on the iRacing service? Quite possibly. Of course, Hyundai, their N brand, named after the Nürburgring, or at least in part. So we should have the championship standings for you, or at least we hope so, to tell you what the score is here in this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And at the moment, if my calculations are correct, Samil, maybe you can back me up on this. Team HRT coming home in fourth. They score 6 points. Mala score 15. So the gap is now down to 2 points, basically, at the top of the shop.
Correct. And this just means, and this is going to be such a close finale, only 2 points plus a penalty for success for Mahler. Things could go wrong, things could go right. This finale will be mad. And it's only 3 weeks later.
I can't wait. Well, we'll have all the action for you here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Do not miss it. 6th of March, 12:15 local time at the Nürburgring. Myself, Peter Mackay, and Sumil Arora will have all the action for you. Thanks so much for watching, and goodbye.